Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'd like to welcome you to the May 26th Pastoral Boylston Unified School District Board meeting. We'll go ahead and start with our call to order, and our roll call by Trustee McCoy, by Clerk McCoy.
Good evening, everyone. Trustee Innie.
Here.
Trustee Kogan. Trustee Sandra Williams is absent due to a work responsibility. Castillo.
Present.
Nathan Williams.
Present.
Joel Peterson.
Present.
Superintendent Loftus.
Present.
Assistant Superintendent Haley.
Here.
Assistant Superintendent Business Services Pulowski.
Present.
Assistant Superintendent Human Resources Ames.
Present.
And the amazing Executive Assistant to the Superintendent, Rebecca Justice.
Here.
Thank you, President.
Thank you for that. Now it's time to adopt the agenda. Is there any corrections or additions to the agenda tonight?
There are no corrections or changes. Thank you.
Great. Can I get a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Trustee Innie?
Any aye. Kogan aye.
William Stathan, aye.
Castillo aye.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion carries 6-0. That takes us to public comment on closed session items. Do we have any items? Do we have any agenda?
Not for closed session tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. No, I
We
know.
have no public comment on the closed session items tonight. So we're going to head into closed session. We have about 4 or 5 items. It shouldn't be too long, but we're going to head into closed session and we'll come back and reconvene. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to get through closed session. We appreciate it. We're going to reconvene at 7:06 PM, and we'll have Clerk McCoy report out on our closed session items.
All right, so we had a lot of things to talk about, so thank you all for your patience in that regard. C1, conference with legal counsel. We had, that was a 4-2 yes vote. And then C2, student discipline, there was no reportable action for that. No reportable action for that. C3, public employee discipline, no reportable action. Conference C4 with labor negotiators, there was no reportable action for that, as well as C5, public employee employment, no reportable action.
Thank you very much. That takes us to the salute to the flag. If everyone can stand with me, we'll do a pledge of allegiance. To F, presentations. We're going to have a student report from one of our seniors here, and it's Yahaira Vilches Gonzalez. Oh, yeah, almost. Okay, sorry. A rising senior, they say.
So hello, everybody. My name is Yahaira Vilches, and I'm a Paso Robles High School leadership student. And today I'll be sharing some PRHS May highlights. First on the list, we have Senior Destination Day, which was held May 1st. We celebrated our seniors and where they will be off to after high school. So they got to find their school on a little piece of paper, and they got to take some cute pictures. Next is our Teacher Appreciation Week, which was held May 4th through May 8th. We kicked off Monday with Ubers from the parking lot to the breakfast area or to their classrooms. We also had student to teacher shoutouts during announcements. Students also took cards that said, "Give this to a teacher who," which had something encouraging to give to their teachers. And we ended this week with a luncheon sponsored by Counseling and Leadership. Next is our main highlights. On May 4th was Cougar Welcome Day at Cuesta College, and 145 seniors traveled to Cuesta to sign up for their fall 2026 classes. We also had open house, which was Thursday, May 14th at PRHS. We had lots of VAPA performances and art shows, displays from our CTE pathways, our social science projects, and so much more. The Bearcat staff were in full force, enjoying a beautiful evening of celebrating our Bearcats and our community. Next is our Club Expo Rewind. This year, clubs and organizations came up with the idea of hosting a Club Expo Rewind, with a chance to look back at our previous Club Expos, showcasing what clubs have done throughout the year with poster boards, live music, games, and a way to look back at an amazing year. As the director of clubs and organizations, I'm very grateful to all of our clubs participating in our first Club Expo Rewind. Everyone enjoyed the games, activities, their amazing boards, and can't forget about our amazing student performers, Beck Beasley, May Holland, and Christian Cerna. This all started by a random idea on a whiteboard. With all those who took part in this event, this idea came to life. Again, I appreciate you all for coming out and showing all your year-long achievements, and we'll see you next year in this event. Next is our salsa making contest. 10 of our culinary Bearcats participated in a salsa contest where 30 and more students judged. We have some very talented culinary students that made some delicious salsa. One Bearcats creation stood out from the others. Alan Mendoza earned the title of the best Bearcat salsa. Next is our Cuesta College dual enrollment celebration. 34 senior students earned the Associative Teaching Certificate of Completion for completing CDF 201, 202, 203, and 205 in the pathway. Next is our English 1 Romeo and Juliet graphic projects. Students analyzed Romeo and Juliet, focusing on symbolism, themes, making connections with the concept of fate versus free will, characterization, and providing their analysis with direct textual evidence. You can stop by room 1026 to see their creative essays. Next is our athletic highlights. Track and field, we have 8 Bearcats heading to Buchanan to compete against tough competition, tough competition to move to state on May 29th. Boys volleyball, they're undefeated and took spot in league champions. Stunt had a fabulous season, going on undefeated in league and second round in CIF, and third in Northern State. We also had boys golf, had their best season in a while and had individuals move on to CIF. Next is our Crimson News Magazine updates. We had Kelly Smith, Crimson reporter, photographer, and filmmaker, producing an outstanding award-winning documentary on the opening of the Paso Robles High School aquatic facility, or as the pool. The film covers the journey of those who fought to bring the project to life, the decades of perseverance, and the impact of athletes and coaches. We also have our Crimson Senior issue. They will be celebrating the class of 2026, completed with senior spotlights, shout-outs, baby photos, teacher advice, and so much more. And their theme is Legos, and the distribution date is May 29th. Next is our Battle of the Band Week, a week of music and dance in the quad during lunch. There was 4 student bands that played at lunch, and it ended with our teacher band that brought the house down. Finally, our ALC Out and About at PRHS. We can see all of their amazing adventures throughout PRHS. They're at the pep rallies, dance shows, 805 games, and so much more. Next, we have our Friday Night Live. This week, FNL put together an amazing awareness exhibition for students to come and see. And you can't forget some of these dates. May 28th, Senior Awards Night. May 29th, Senior Sunset. May 30th, PRHS Physicals Morning. June 2nd through the 4th, Finals. June 2nd, Senior Awards Night. June 3rd, Cap and Gown Walks. And June 5th, Graduation. And that'll be it. Thank you.
Ida, I have a
Thank you so much.
question for you.
Yes.
I've been to a number of the events at the high school and seen you out there doing your thing, working and whatnot and having fun. What has been the highlight of your year thus far?
Wow, that's a good question. My highlight would be, I think, having a lot of connections with my group specifically, because I never thought I would become a director since I had to step up to that position. But working together and communicating with others really impacted these events to actually make them happen. And with everybody's advice and put in, that's how events come to life. But I would say it's been such an amazing year collaborating with everybody, collaborating with all the clubs, and really seeing them uprise in members and really having that close community. I think that would be it.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That takes us to G2, which is the California Association Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 254. Oh, sorry, I messed
I
up.
know, are you going to do public
I'm
comment?
off tonight. We have public comment not for items not on the agenda. I believe we have two.
Yes, we have
Sorry
two
about that, Kathy.
two public comments. Each person will get 3 minutes. And just a reminder that we only clap for our students. So none of these are students, but we are more than happy to do our spirit hands and sign language clap if you would like to applaud them in that way. So first up, we have Darsha Stebbins, followed by Berkeley Baker.
Hi, thank you, Board. For this evening, for the public comment, I just wanted to let people know that we do have an election coming up in a week, June 2nd, and they are still looking, the county is still looking for precinct workers, precinct inspectors, so that people can go vote constitutionally on Election Day. You can contact slowvote.com or slowvote.gov. The phone number is 805-781-4989. You can speak with Nancy or Matt or whoever's down there. And they are still trying to schedule people for various locations in Paso Robles, San Miguel, Shandon. I think they have Creston covered, perhaps Santa Margarita. So please consider doing that. It's very patriotic, and it's wonderful to see people voting on Constitution Election Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Just wanted to discuss part of the presentation last week about what the district delivered, and there's a list of items. Of course, the Glen Spec and the aquatic complex. Of course, you also delivered less facilities than should have been with the money. Many that were late, many that were overpriced. You delivered a lot of controversy and a lot of heartache during the process. Also, you delivered a swimming pool that was 6 years late. The kids should have been in that water in 2020 at half the price that we paid for the current pool. And you also delivered an investigation by the grand jury that came out with a report called the Cautionary Tale. 3 sections: school district leadership, district reserve management, aquatic complex. This was written about you, Joel. This was your last time. Failure of leadership. Aquatic complex, chapter 3. The purpose of the report is to illustrate how the administration of the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District erred and created financial blunders that impacted the entire district operation. The grand jury believes that nothing illustrates these failures better than the example of the aquatic complex. And we're supposed to trust you guys with another $200 million. The original plan for the aquatic complex was a 50-meter and a 25-meter pool, decking, concession area, 4 rows of bleacher seatings, classrooms, restrooms, equipment space, and solar heating, with the initial cost estimate of $10,570,000. 2 pools, all that I just said, for 10.57. And we've got this current pool listed at 16.7, and I don't think that's the actual cost yet. Do we have a real cost? Do we have the final cost? No, but we'll see. The bond was then, what they had originally said, it was reduced. And the estimated change for the complex for the master plan was reduced from 10.5 million to 5.7 million. This is the amount that the voters were asked to approve as part of Measure M. The 25-meter pool, the deck, the aquatic complex bond issue list, this is what was approved by the trustees. 5.7 is what was supposed to come out of that bond. What do we get? We're up to at least 16.7 for a 138-meter pool. And you guys actually want this community to trust you guys with another $200 million. It's unbelievable.
Thank you.
That ends public comment. We'll go on to, now we can go on to CSEA, chapter 254.
I submitted a form,
This is for items not on the agenda?
not on the agenda.
Correct. He just went out of order, but I mean, it's fine.
Not on the agenda or? Not on the agenda.
Did she?
No, it's for I-1. You put I-1 on the paper I have here.
There were two papers. Didn't realize, okay.
Okay, CSEA.
Good evening, Board. Let me see if I can get my thoughts together with several attempts. So last week was Classified and Appreciation Week, and we started off on Wednesday, May 20th with our chapter meeting, and we had a pizza party, we had cake, cookies, and we also voted that night, which I'll get into in a few minutes. But, and then on Thursday and Friday, we did visit all the sites and we delivered goodie bags, treat bags with candies and, you know, a appreciation button that Classified could wear. We finished negotiations, I believe, in March sometime for the 25-26 school year, and then voted in April, and then we were right back at it for the 2026-27 school year, which is unprecedented. We usually wait to the new school year, but we had some important things that were brought to our attention in regarding to the healthcare. So we pulled that all together very quickly. In less than a month, we sunshined our documents. We we reached tentative agreement with the district. We had to send that out to the members for 5 days of viewing. We had an informational meeting, which Brad Pulaski was there presenting for us. And then we voted on Wednesday, May 20th. So first, I want to say thank you to my negotiation team for coming together and seeing it to the end, because we had had a long year of negotiations, and then we were right back at it. I also want to thank our union members who participated in the ratification vote regarding our tentative agreement with PRJSD and on compensation and the transition from our composite single-rate healthcare premium structure to a three-tier rate plan for the 2026-27 school year. This is going to substantially save some of our members on healthcare. A few of our families in the high premium rates, they were not so lucky, and so there was some opposition, but overall, we did ratify the tentative agreement with a majority vote. So I'm happy to report on that, and I think this is really going to benefit our members in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the mix-up there. Going on to G4 is G3, PRP, Public Educators. Mr. Cardenas.
Good evening. Where am I? Oh, Board Member Superintendent Loftus, Gravity, and Assistant Superintendents and community members. As we come to close another school year, I spent some time reflecting on what this year has meant. Not just professionally, but personally. When I think back on this year, I think about the time I spent with students. I think about the conversations before class, the quiet moments when the student finally believes they can do something with some that's difficult, and the relationships that are built day by day, piece by piece. As an educator, that's the real work that we do. We build trust, we create consistency, and we establish expectations. And through that trust, students are willing to do the hard work we ask them without major disruptions, without constant conflict, and without feeling like school is something that's being done to them. That trust matters. And honestly, it stands in stark contrast to much of this year's experience with district administration. This year, educators repeatedly saw collaboration time and preparation time hijacked. Time that was supposed to support teachers and students was redirected in ways that created frustration instead of support. At the same time, we spent months arguing over district financial situations. We debated what the district could afford, how information was being communicated, and whether educators' concerns were truly being heard. Those conversations were difficult and at times unnecessarily difficult. But despite all of that, educators still showed up every single day for students. They coached, they tutored, they called parents, they managed behaviors, they adapted lessons, they supported students emotionally and academically while navigating growing demands placed upon them. And now, as we approach the end of the year, there's at least some encouraging news. The May revise from the state has potential to relieve some of the financial woes the district claims to be experiencing. That matters because it gives the district an opportunity, not just financially, but philosophically. An opportunity to reset, an opportunity to rebuild trust, an opportunity to remember that educators are not obstacles to manage, but partners in the success of this district. Because at the end of the day, the same thing that works for students also works for adults. People do their best work when they feel respected, trusted, and valued. As we head into summer, I hope we can reflect honestly on this year, not just on test scores or budgets, but on relationships, communication, and priorities. Because school functions best when the people inside them feel supported. And if we truly want strong school next year, we must start by rebuilding the trust of educators who make those schools happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. G4 is correspondence received. Anything?
Do not have any tonight.
Thank you. That takes us to consent agenda items, which is H1 through 18. Anyone have anything you need to pull?
I'd like to pull H13, please.
Anything else?
I would move approval.
Move to approval of 1 through 12 and 14 through 18. Do you have a
Yes.
second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Aney?
Any aye. Kogan aye.
Williams, Nathan, I.
Castillo aye.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion carries 6-0. Consent agenda item number H13. Mr. Aney?
Is Miss Jessie back there?
Is Jesse? Yeah, she is.
All right. I did not have a chance to contact you ahead of time, so I'm going to go easy on you.
Okay, thank you.
But I have a lot of questions. You know from our conversations that I support this in concept. I've offered equipment to help you, but I do not understand when you look at this farm to school coordinator position, there are a couple things I guess I don't understand. We're not doing this now?
No, we are. It's me. So there's only so many hours in the day, and having somebody there to help me through this process of connecting our students to where food comes from, that is my ultimate goal with the food services department. And so this position will help do that.
Okay, but some of these things like interacting, so I couldn't find I thought we had a line and block chart under human resources for your staff,
okay,
but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting you. But so I don't have a coordinator or a supervisor currently. It's just me and head chef and then my classified employees. So this position will help triage some of that workload that I'm currently doing right now of communicating with farmers, to getting new farmers, to doing nutrition education at our school sites, doing Harvest of the Month sampling to our students, showcasing our fruits and vegetables that we are offering on our salad bar, doing more marketing towards that. Because students, when they walk through the lunch line, they're looking at cherry tomatoes, watermelon, cucumbers. But if you've never tried it, you need somebody to help you encourage eating that. So this person would help guide some of our students, and especially our earliest learners, of sitting down and saying, this is what a cherry tomato tastes like. This is what a cucumber tastes like. Because believe it or not, you and I might have an experience with where food comes from and what a cucumber is, but many of our students don't. And so this person will help connect kids to what they're eating and where it comes from. They will work with One Cool Earth on the garden program and make sure that everything is streamlined and everything is connected between education side and food services side. And this can also bridge that gap between our high school and have our high schoolers in the ag department grow food for the rest of the school district. So there's thoughts of doing an orchard in the ag area. They could grow peaches for our kindergartners, our first graders, all of our students throughout the school district. So it's becoming our own ecosystem and our own sustainable solution to food insecurity.
Now, I think it's a neat idea. My reservation on it is one, I still don't have a really firm idea of how much I know it's federal funds for everybody that doesn't know what we're talking about. Is that correct? They're federal funds?
It is federal funds and it's state funds.
Okay, and
it's,
state
it's the
funds.
same as my salary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, my next question is if do those federal funds come from the Department of Agriculture? They come from the Department of Education?
So it is from our food services fund. So every time that a student eats, we get
No,
reimbursed by the
I
state.
got that, but I guess my question should be, where does Fund 13 come from?
The
Is it
federal
out-
government.
I know, but because the Department of Education
You're asking
is
too
going
many
away.
questions.
If the Department of Education goes
it's an arm of
away,
the USDA. Yeah. It's
so
an arm of the
it's
USDA.
USDA, not Department of Education.
And
Okay.
actually, there is quite a bit of funding into the USDA. And this position will also be able to write grants and spend time looking for grants. I don't have that kind of time, and I've missed opportunities, unfortunately. And so it'll just be that other brain, so to speak. I can't clone myself. So they will be able to help me and help our students. This position is different than the food service supervisor that no longer exists. That person was let go. This is more structured than that because I have goals for them to do. There's markers. There's a lot of material out there for Farm to School that is untapped. And so this will also tie into our after school programs and teaching, again, students where food comes from. Kim Gaspar and I have talked about having this person, do a harvest of the month type lesson for our students, work with our Cal Poly interns that we get on a yearly basis. They will teach cooking classes that kind of bridges that gap or streamlines them towards our culinary arts program. So there's a lot of opportunity here that it works under the food service department because it's food, and we're also promoting fruits and vegetables.
Okay. It sounds like it's got education potential, so it's not necessarily designed for cost savings, I guess. It's designed more for educating students and
It's promoting our food program, and that's the main goal. Is I don't like talking about myself, and this person will help talk about fruits and vegetables and why it's so important to eat from scratch cooking and incorporate local sourced ingredients into our meals.
Okay. All right. I may email you with enough,
I mean,
another set of
I'm
questions,
here all
but,
night, so
okay. Well, everybody's probably not going to want to hear us go back and forth on it, so I'll let you go.
no, I mean, did I answer all your questions?
Yeah, well enough.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else?
Thank you, Jesse. Can I get a motion on 13?
I'd be happy to make a
McCoy
motion.
second.
Motion and a second. Ms. Rainey?
Any eye.
Kogan, aye. Steele, aye.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion carries 6-0. We just approved somebody, so I'd like to introduce Ms. Ames to introduce someone we just approved to be hired, so.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce Doreen Castillo as the Director of Data Assessment and Plan Alignment. She has been a principal across all grade levels, secondary, adult ed, and a little bit of elementary as well. And she has been honored as Administrator of the Year for Madera County. She will leverage all of this experience to oversee our data systems, student assessments, and the alignment of our educational plans. She's very passionate. During the interview that came across, and she definitely wants to come alongside our principals and leaders to support their efforts in all of our site plans. So we're really happy to welcome her. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Want to say anything?
I just want to thank everybody for this opportunity. I'm very excited to become a member of the Bearcat family, and I will give you everything that you had asked for. I know this is a great community, and I just appreciate this opportunity. Thank you so much.
So much. Welcome to Paso.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience too.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Great. That takes us to action items. I1. Item number 1 is approve and adopt Resolution 2626, ordering an election to authorize the issuance of school bonds, establishing the specifications of an election order, and requesting a consolidation with any other elections occurring on November 3rd, 2026. Mr. Pulaski.
Good evening, trustees. Some of this presentation is something that you have seen already from last board meeting, so I will not go through those in a lot of detail, but I would like to highlight at the beginning here, there are a lot of positive things that we were able to deliver with Measure M. We've listed some of those flagship investments, and what I would also say during this time from 2018 to current, a lot has changed in our district from declining enrollment. We also had a pandemic that happened that stopped things for a short period of time, drastic increases in material costs, labor costs. So some of the items that have been put into the bond as potential projects, those things did get adjusted over time just because of costs and also because of the changing reality in the district. So I'll kind of move through this quickly, but how we got to today is that starting back in a couple years ago when we started the strategic planning process, we looked at all of the elements of what it was going to take to really put a plan together to take the district into really 30 years forward. And so through that process, obviously we looked at fiscal solvency as one of the elements. Over the last 7 to 8 years, the district has made great strides in fiscal solvency. We've gone from under a 1% reserve, and now we maintain anywhere from an 8 to a 10% reserve, kind of depending on several different factors, but it is a consistency that we have a reserve that is really close to the board goal of 10%. Through that strategic planning process, we also determined through that large group that really there needed to be some facility improvements. So we started with a facility master planning process. That process included a lot of work from our community, input from them, input from staff, input from students, and really came forward with recommendations of things that we need to have in place to be able to take the district to the next level. So, and you'll see, and I didn't list on here, but again, the strategic planning process started before November of 2025, but that was one of the first times that we brought forward to the district consideration of a bond. And so over the last several months, 8 months or so, 7 months, we've been talking about this, bringing forward a discussion about it, what it could potentially cost, and what some of those projects would be if this bond was to pass. So right now, we're at the May 26th meeting, obviously, which will be an action item just for a resolution that would allow this ballot, or actually allow this bond to be on the ballot for November of this year. So some of the pieces that are related to these are things that you've probably seen already before, but maybe some people new to our meetings have not seen, but we did have a facility assessment done by our architects. They solicited feedback from all of those groups as mentioned before, but really what rose to the top here is CTE facilities, also special education facilities, all of these elements here that rose to be areas of need that need to be improved in our district. So I went through this pretty detailed at our last meeting. I won't go through this again tonight about the potential projects that are each of these sites. So kind of move through these quickly, but we've got work focused really at our 9-12 grade levels. So PRHS would get a lot of work there related to some CTE classrooms, actually building some spaces that are designed for students with disabilities, and then also putting some spaces in there that would allow for an event center that would actually be a spot where everybody at the high school would be able to meet in one space with all staff, and then also an indoor eating space, which is currently not on the campus. So just some pictures of what our kitchen looks like now and what a new kitchen might look like in the future. Again, healthcare pathway now, what it might look like in the future if we've got all of these facilities that are improved. We don't have an advanced manufacturing program right now, so we would have an opportunity to put something like this into place. And just before and after pics of what could happen at the high school. So I'll move through these kind of quickly. And so then we would also propose work that would be done at Liberty Independence. We know that we've got expansion of CTE pathways there. Those are things that the board is currently looking at and improving some pathways there, so we need some space. So we would propose building a new building on this campus over to the west that would allow for the Independence program to move there, and then take the existing space that they occupy over at Liberty to become CTE spaces. And just some pictures of what that could look like before and after. I think I may have pushed the wrong button, and then as we move through this, the final spot we would recommend doing some work would be at War Memorial and our Independent Skills Program, which is located up there in the top left of that slide. So adding some parking there, we would add some team rooms on the campus, and then we also make the stadium ADA accessible with new bleachers at the stadium. So we'll move through that fairly quickly and kind of get to where the meat of the discussion this evening. So the total amount of the project costs that we've identified is in the range of $192 million. So we've put forward a bond amount of $205 million, knowing that we need a little bit of flexibility with that. The approximate cost of the election would be $120,000. That was as of update that we received from the county clerk about 2 weeks ago. This is the specific draft language that would be on the ballot. And then there is more detailed project list that is submitted in Appendix A of the resolution. I know there's been questions about whether an administrator could be paid with these bonds, and what I wanted to clarify is that back in 2004, there was an opinion letter written by the Attorney General of California, and essentially said that an individual that is performing administrative oversight of projects related to the general obligation bond, they would be allowed to be paid through these bond funds. So that is the standard practice that we have done in the district. So the only individual that has been paid for this for out of the bond has been an individual that would be directly related to administering the bonds. These funds do not go to paying any district administrators. So what will this cost? So this slide, you saw this, but I just wanted to remind you that there is a difference between assessed value and the market value when it comes to calculating this assessment, or calculating this cost rather. So assessed value is what's actually the taxable amount that is on your tax bill. Market value would be what would be considered your resale value if you were to sell it today. So in our district right now, this is a history of the assessed valuation over the last about 20 years or so. And you can see that in 2025, it was just a little over $4 billion. and now 2026, we're approaching $14 billion. So over that 20-year period, there's been about a 4.94% increase in the assessed valuation over that time period. So when we put together these estimates, it's based on a little lower than that. It's based on only a 3% valuation. So that gives us a very conservative approach as we're putting together the amount of bonding capacity the district has. So the bond measure also is very specific. The tax rate would be on average $49.59. So this is the average assessed value of a single family home here in here in our district. So $560,000 and some change there. So the monthly cost on that would be $23.18. And this is if we were to issue a $205 million authorization of bonds. Each of those charts or each of those bars are based on when a series may sell. That would be when the district would need a specific dollar amount to keep projects moving through the project list. So if those were sold in different series, you could see how long this would take for these bonds to be paid off. But the goal is to have this done within a 25-year period of each issuance. There's also been some questions about a sales tax versus a bond, so I just wanted to make sure that we clarified this. So school districts do not have any statutory authority to levy a sales tax. That's not something that we do. We have limited authority when it comes to attempting to raise any types of taxes. So first is a parcel tax, and then there's school construction or modernization or general obligation bonds. So we're recommending the second one this evening, which would go to the voters for ultimate approval. And prior to 1978, school boards had a lot of authority when it came to setting taxes. That was before Prop 13 was in place, and school boards could actually set the tax rate in their area, which would help fund facilities. So that's been changed, and so this now goes to the voters. So again, this is something that I just wanted to again highlight. If you're looking at Paso Robles compared to some of our other neighboring districts, you can see in the red there, over the last 20 years or so, we have issued $115 million in bonds. But some of our neighboring districts, San Luis Coastal, Lucia Mar, $500 million for San Luis Coastal, Lucia Mar, $334 million. And Atascadero, even smaller than us, $285 million. And this is a history of the past elections. So you can see dating back to June of 1998, the district has attempted to pass 8 bonds. 6 of those failed, and the last 2 that did pass were November of 06 and November of 16. And another slide here that I wanted to share. We've seen this again, but it's nice to highlight when we've got some visitors in the audience. This chart here is bond investment per student. So if we look at the districts that are listed here, these are bonds that have been authorized during it's actually the 22-year period from 2004 to 2020. No, I'm sorry. I said that wrong again. Forget what year I'm in. 2004 to 2024, that 20-year period, the amount of bonds that have been issued by our neighboring school districts, if you took just their enrollment in the year 23-24 and divided it by the number of the amount that they have issued in bonds, you can see that Paso Robles, we're spending probably about $18,000 per student in bond dollars. And our neighboring districts, Cayucas is over $42,000. Atascadero is in the range of $65,000 per student. And San Luis Coastal is in the range of $68,000. So the statewide average is just under $40,000. And so we're less than half of that, showing that we've got there's a lot of need in the district, and there's room for us to be able to be able to support that. Local area tax rates, one other thing I wanted to highlight here. So right now, if you look at this chart here, where the orange line, currently our two bonds are totaling up our tax rate per $100,000 just under $60. And again, if you look at some of our neighboring districts, so San Luis Coastal is over 80, probably about $82, $83. Templeton is over 100, just probably about $115 or so. And then Atascadero is about 120, maybe $125 per $100,000 on their tax rate. So you can see we're significantly low on that area. And then at times we've done some comparisons to Clovis Unified and some other districts in the Central Valley. So I just thought we would highlight this. You can again see that we're in this range here of about $60 or so per 100,000. And you look at Clovis Unified, they're over 100 and probably 155 or so. And then Sanger, 240, and Fresno Unified just a little above that. So significantly higher in some of our neighboring districts. Another piece I'd like to highlight too is that there are some funds that are available where we would need to provide matching dollars to be able to receive those. Currently, we have eligibility at those three sites that we've listed. So we've got Liberty, the high school, and then Lewis Flamson at that site. Again, with that really being the projects that we're proposing being a 912 type of projects, and specifically focused on the stadium. Not likely we're going to be able to maximize those dollars there, but maybe with some strategic planning and what we build there, we might be able to do that. But we have some availability of probably about $8 million here. So we would need to be able to pay a portion of our projects, and then we would receive some reimbursement from the state. What I would say is that this eligibility, it does fluctuate as time goes on. It's really based on our enrollment. And it's also currently based on Prop 2, which was passed several years ago, which is a statewide bond. And I believe on the modernization side is already oversubscribed. So really the important piece is that we get in line, show the state that there is definitely a need for these facility improvements. And then at some point down the road, those bond dollars would, or I'm sorry, those state matching dollars would come back to the district because we would have our district required match. So what's next? We've gone through this and discussed the steps of what got us here, but tonight we are at the action item of May 26th with the recommendation from staff that we would move forward to staff would recommend that we approve the resolution ordering the election. So I'll stop my presentation there.
Thank you, Mr. Pulaski. I know we have some public comment on this item. We'll start with a public comment before we bring back the questions.
Of course.
All right, so we have about 51 minutes of public comments in this binder, but we can only do 20 minutes of those public comments. There's 17 comments. So we're going to put the topic timer on for 20 minutes. Each person does have 3 minutes, but if you don't have 3 minutes worth of conversation that you would like to have, you can pass your time on to the next person. Just a reminder that you don't need to speak loudly into the mic or have the mic close to your mouth. The mic will pick you up just good. And then I don't know if anyone has read the instructions on the goldenrod, but it says that you will be asked to limit your remarks to 3 minutes in accordance to the board bylaw 9323. There is a 20-minute total time limit for public input on any of the subjects or items. And then number 3 also says that it's not appropriate to discuss complaints regarding district personnel at a public board meeting. If you have complaints, you are encouraged to follow the complaint procedure as outlined in district policy and to contact the superintendent for a copy of this procedure if you would like. So we're just asking that everyone please stick to the topic. And the first up, I will call you in fours: Randall Jordan, Linda Becker, Darcia Stebbins, and Mary Ingleton, if you would come in that order.
Are we ready? You ready?
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, board, for letting me speak. I wholeheartedly urge this board to vote no to bring this bond measure forward. It's a bad time. It's the wrong time. This board has a really terrible reputation from Measure M. Those funds, we all feel, and I'm speaking for other people in this district, that they were mishandled and not spent wisely. One of the reasons that I think that Paso Robles district is so low in attracting bond and having folks want to give their hard-earned money to the district is because of the performance of this district. We need to perform, we need to train the kids, we need to educate the kids. My wife and I had 4 boys go through this system, and up until the last one, we were very, very happy with the system. So we need to get back to that, and please vote no.
Thank you, Randall. Linda Becker?
Hi, I'm Linda Becker. I understand the desire to improve the facilities. However, I feel that the financial impact on taxpayers deserves much more scrutiny. The total estimated repayment cost of this bond, with interest included, is $377 million over 25 years. When you divide that total repayment cost of $377 million by the current number of high school students served, which is 2,175, it looks to me like we're projecting about $173,000 per student to achieve these facility changes. And keep in mind, as assessed values rise, our taxes rise. Renters will feel this too, because landlords will pass increased property taxes on in higher rents. It raises an important question. Why are ongoing facility improvements not already planned and budgeted over time within existing district financial planning? If it is not, why not? As more homes and apartments are built in our communities, the district's tax base will naturally grow. Yet taxpayers will still be asked to lock themselves into decades of higher taxes. At a time when families are already struggling with housing costs, inflation, and some of the highest taxes in the country, we should be cautious about adding another long-term financial burden. Meanwhile, public school enrollment has declined, as many parents choose charter, private, or homeschooling because they are concerned about educational quality and outcome. Our priority should be, first, improving academic performance and educational outcomes. Taxpayers will be more willing to support additional funding when they see strong results for students. Before asking residents to take on this nearly $378 million long-term debt, I urge the board to focus first on educational excellence, financial discipline, and living within our means. I urge you to vote no on Resolution 2626.
Thank you. Before you start, hold on. After Miss Mary Ingleton, we'll have Mark Perry and Kim. I can't pronounce your last name and I don't want to mess it up. And followed by Frank Triggs. Go ahead, Darcia.
Yes, hi. I guess I would entitle this School Bondage and Potential Bankruptcy, No New Debt. So I oppose moving forward with the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District bond measure The numbers that I use, similar to what, I'll try not to take up my entire time. Similar to the numbers that I used, I'm looking at 35 years, 4.5% on 205 million. That's a total of a $407 million repayment. That's a monthly payment. Think of a mortgage that you have. A monthly payment of $970,000. That is $1 million per month, with a maturity of May 2061. So this, what's happening is this, we have this board making decisions, potentially obligating this community, its neighbors, its constituents, to an indebtedness for which the district, by way of the taxpayers, may not be able to fully pay back. So the discussion, it's kind of a Fabian incrementalism where you just say, okay, let's just bring it forward to the next meeting. Let's bring it forward. Let's just have the voters decide. Well, I've been very involved in the elections in this county, our state, and the nation. And I can let you know that the elections, it appears that there are certain groups that have control over the elections. And I assure you that at some point in time, accountability is coming. And so when you have a history of 2006 of a $20 million bond, 2016 of a $95 million bond, keep in mind that that is the principal portion without interest. The passing rate was in 2006 about 60%, 2016 57%. And with the survey and everything else that has been happening, and the 2016 funds still having funds there not being spent correctly or accurately as to how they were presented to the voters, I think we have quite a few issues with this bond measure. And just think of a credit card, thinking, oh, well, I have a credit limit of whatever amount you want to say, 20,000. Does that mean that my neighbor has 19,000, so I should be able to have my full 20,000? Keep in mind, this is a liability. This is a debt that you are creating for the taxpayers. I frankly am quite offended, and I would ask each of you voting yes, please write a check up front for your $25,000 per household. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Ingleton, and I am asking you to vote no on the bond. Mainly because I'm looking at the pictures that were displayed, and I see beautiful kitchens with stainless steel ovens and grills. And I worked for Cisco Food Service for 30 years, and none of this is cheap. But the kids can't read. Kids can't do math. Can the kids in this school district evaluate what they see around them? Do they have an opportunity to explore what the possibilities of their lives are? Because they're not interested in paying for this, because that's what their parents are going to have to do until they grow up a little bit and have to saddle themselves with the things that you guys do. It's appears to me it's what you want to spend our money on, rather than how are we going to spend what money we may be able to suck out of us to make these kids successful in the rest of their lives going forward, say the next 10 years. They're 18 now, they'll be 28. Let's hope that they're out on their own, making their own money, and paying some of the bills that you guys are putting forward. And I hope that's true. Trouble is, it hasn't been true in the past, and I'm not sure it's going to be put forward in the future. I vote, every time I vote, not for a school bond, because in the past, you haven't been very good at it, of picking what you buy, picking what you spend your money on. Is it the very best? I wonder if you could have some used equipment in that brand new kitchen. Everybody ever think of that? I buy a used car every time I want to buy a car. I don't buy a brand new one because it's my money. See, you're not spending your money. You're spending our money. And at some point, the shit is going to hit the fan because we're going to run out of our money. You guys are going to run out of our money. And we're going to say, you had your chance and you blew it. I vote no. I encourage you to vote no. And think of another way to get what you want for these kids. Because these kids don't need some of the stuff I saw, but they do need a good education, a good foundation education. They don't need sparkles. They don't need perks. They don't need swimming pools. You know, there's other things more important in a school. A grade school, kindergarten, a high school, even college. Hope you do the right thing.
Evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Loftus. I'm Mark Perry. I know many of you. I'm kind of visible in the community. At the last meeting, I said I was probably the oldest alumni from Paso Robles. I got trumped this week with Susie Rowe being here, maybe some others. Lifelong resident. My father was born on a ranch in Arroyo Grande. My mom was born on a ranch in San Miguel. Then my dad's family moved to the big town of Shandon. My mom moved to the big town of Creston. And I was born in War Memorial Hospital, where Mayor Hammond lives. I played football, ran track at Paso Robles War Memorial Stadium. And other than the new field and maybe the concession stand, it's the same field. I told the last meeting, I told my mom was friends with Marie Bauer, Georgia Brown, and Winifred Pfeiffer. When I went to school in this district, we had 3 elementary schools. Marie Bauer, Georgia Brown, and Winifred Pfeiffer had 1 junior high school, Glenn Speck, and 1 high school. So a lot has changed in 50 years. This will be our 50th class reunion this year. Proud Bearcat, 1976. I've been on a lot of the campuses of all the school districts in our school district, other schools in our school district, because my sons, they were in FFA, livestock judging, in band, jazz band, and back when they were in school, we were falling behind with these other schools. Traveling for the livestock judging, when you go to the San Joaquin Valley, you see a lot of, I understand it's apples and oranges, but the pictures you showed of the culinary and all these other things, that's already been happening over in the San Joaquin Valley. So I know there's a lot of pressure on this. I think we ought to give it a shot. I'm urge you to vote yes on the bond. So thank you for my time.
Kim was actually next after Mr. Cooper? After Mr. Perry?
Okay.
And then you, Mr. Triggs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim LaChance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to go back a little bit to the late 90s, early 2000s, when enrollment in this district was far greater than it is in 2026. Mr. Pulowski just talked about that. At that time, there was 1 principal and 1 assistant principal. Now we have we have less students, far less students. Now we have 1 principal, 4 assistant principals. We had 4 counselors. Now we have 6. We have 7 therapists, psychologists, and I don't recall 1 at all back in the 90s or the early 2000s. By the way, I do have a question if anybody wants to answer. What is teacher intervention mean? That was listed as one of your staff, and there's 3 of them. I have no idea. What is teacher intervention? There's nothing in this bond measure that you're requesting that will assist in bettering the student's ability to live in the real world. Facility improvements are not needed. Focus only on teaching the reading, math, science, and civics. Students can learn from a good teacher, even if they're taught in a cave. The district needs to get their disciplinary problems under control and improvement to academic achievement before you ask additional bond money from us. Throwing money at this district has never improved the impact of test scores. Get the improvement of basic academics, then we talk bond measure. Perhaps the administrators of the district need to take a basic class in budget. Apparently they have no clue how they work. It's a fundamental part of being an administrator. All of us here know how our budgets work and what we have to do to live within our means. Now it's your turn. Thank you.
Before we move forward, after Mr. Triggs will be Sandy Adkins and Berkeley Baker. Unless we run out of time before then, but go ahead.
I'm Frank Triggs, and I'd like to say to the board, the superintendent, the staff, it was a pleasure to serve on this board. And during that time, there's something called a developer's fee, and we were not at the maximum of it. It was proposed that we raise our portion of that to the maximum. I voted against that. And what I said at that time was, it's about time that we think about the entire community. We're continuing to add to the cost of living here when the cost of living is high. The cost of housing is too high. 61 cents out of every dollar for property taxes goes to the school system. I wish that it all could go to this one, but that's a problem with the state of how much actually comes here. But what we're doing here is doing an end run around Proposition 13 because it's a bond, not a tax. It'll wind up being a tax. It's got to be paid for out of taxes. Many years ago, my oldest daughter came home from school in Artesia, from Artesia High School, where she was encouraged to convince her parents to vote against Proposition 13. That's how long ago this was. I informed her if we do not get it Proposition 13 passed, that I would sell our house and we'd have to move out of the state of California. Let's think about the retired, the working person, the blue collar, the business person, the businesses in our community that all will have to pay for this bond measure. And I think that it takes a lot of, as a friend of mine in Jerusalem used this word, and I learned what it means, a lot of chutzpah after. My Jewish friends really know what that means. To follow up with our mishandling of Measure M and pass this. I will vote no on it when it comes on the ballot. I hope others will, but you can save us $100,000 by not putting it on the ballot. Please vote no.
I'm just one person and I just have one house. I have to plan for the maintenance for my house. I have to figure out what I can afford this month, next year. If it's something big, I have to save for it. I'm not going to ask my kids or my grandkids to pay for it. And that's who's going to be paying for this bond. Kids and grandkids, maybe even great-grandkids, I don't know. And just because other districts are spending more, does that mean we have to spend more? If you don't have it, you don't have it. And if it stresses your people, the people you're supposed to be serving, that's a crime. It kind of reminds me of my mother telling me, if somebody else is doing it, if they're going to jump off a bridge, are you going to jump off a bridge? I mean, it's kind of the same thing. So somebody else is in debt up to their eyeballs. I did hear today that if you guys really, really want this, if the community wants it, then they should set up a GoFundMe page.
and let the people pay for it who want it.
Thank you, Board. Just to go back to the pool real quick, you know there's an air bubble in the liner. You know that the heater doesn't work. Also, we got a leaky roof in the practice gym and the roof leaks in the weight room. Why aren't we taking care of our facilities? And we've got this new $16.7 million pool that we're having issues with already. The people in California are so grossly overtaxed, it's unbelievable. Not only do we have to pay for the services that we need, we have to pay for all the fraud, all the theft. I hear the unemployment theft is up to over 50 billion. We got 24 billion in homeless money that can't be accounted for. And it just never ends. We haven't even talked about the hospice and all the medical fraud. So the question is, we pay plenty and we don't need to pay more. And what amazes me is the arrogance and the entitlement of this board and this school district. Your message to the community is that you're not paying enough and you're not paying your fair share when you look at your little graphs that you show. It's absolutely outrageous. We do pay, and we pay, and this district has been so generous to this. I mean, the people in this community has been very, very generous. And what you do is you don't have the trust of the people anymore, just what we talked about from Measure M. That pool is outrageous. When I say you cost this district millions, Joel, you did, because that pool should have been built for less than half if you would have got on the ball and got it built. Groundbreaking in 2018 with old Chris Williams smiling about it. 8 years later, it's finally built at an outrageous cost, like Brad talked about, how everything went up. That pool should have been built 6 years ago. The kids should have been in the water. And we talk about affordability. It's a
Mr. Baker, I'm sorry to cut you off, but we have reached our 20-minute timer for
Oh, come
the
on.
topic.
You're not going to let me finish my deal. You guys are really unbelievable.
I'm just, you went over
I didn't go
time.
over. I've been watching the time. I had over
I
a minute left.
understand that. You don't have a minute left. We have 20 minutes that's allowed for the topic, and the 20 minutes and 4 seconds is up. So your time is
You know,
up.
the last meeting I came to, I sat here for over 3.5 hours and wasn't allowed to speak. You guys who can't even get your whole board to show up for meetings,
We're not, sorry, the time's up. So if you don't mind, please sitting down
why don't you
because
make a
public
motion
comment is
so that
ending.
all the good people in this community can make their comments?
Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment.
That concludes public comment.
Great. Excellent.
And then I do want to say, though, for the people that did not get to speak, because there was several people that didn't get to speak, the board would still like to hear your public comment. Please feel free to email us if you would like. Yes, please. Well, you can email us as a whole board, and it'll go to all of us. Thank you. You'll receive a reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and discussion. Kogan.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm definitely sympathetic to the burden of being overtaxed in California, and I don't disagree. You know, I have a great deal of faith in our taxpayers and voting population, and I feel like the appropriate and responsible thing to do is to give them the opportunity to make the decision. You know, I was impressed with, I'm always impressed with public speakers. I've known Mark Perry since I moved to Paso, and I will never have the kind of story that Mark Perry does as part of this community. But I was touched by his comments most, and just if anyone knows Mark, he probably has more cumulative volunteer hours than everyone else in this room put together. Like you see him at every public event, and for him to say, you know, give it up to the voters. Like, that carries a lot of weight with me. You know, we should not have to do this. Like, you're all right. We should not have to do this. We have a systemic failure in the way that we fund education in California. And so this is part of an imperfect solution for fixing that. So I'm going to vote yes, because I think when in doubt, respect the voters.
Thank you, Jim. Kenny?
I got a couple questions to start off with. Who actually wrote the resolution and the bond measure?
We worked with our legal counsel, our financial advisor, and we had it reviewed by our architect and staff. So it was a combination of all of those folks.
I guess when I look at some of the wording in here, probably the biggest example of what I don't like about it, and I think highlights probably the mistrust that people have, is when you look on page A4, it talks about projects listed below may be completed, which looks to me like it's a blank check. Shall should be the word that's used if you're going to direct something to happen. I don't see shall anywhere in here. Now, probably more concerning to me is when I look on page A2 and you look at under the heading of investment in career technical education facilities. I'll just read the paragraph. It says, while the district's goal is to maintain and improve its facilities so that each student may learn in safe and healthy classrooms, the district has an ongoing need for basic repairs, including fixing deteriorating classrooms, aging bathrooms, and water pipes, plumbing and electrical wiring, removing asbestos, lead paint, and mold, ensuring safe, clean drinking water, maintaining fire safety, replacing outdated security systems. The high school was built in 1981, right?
This, if I recall correctly, the stamp on it from the state architect was 1978. And so I would assume, just based on the size and scale, it was probably completed in 1980.
Okay. I'm probably the only one old enough on the board to remember lead paint and asbestos. Now, based off of my research, in 1973, a federal moratorium went into using lead paint. And in 1978, a federal moratorium on using asbestos went into effect. Now, it wasn't broad-based, but when I look at all the buildings in our district, and the research I did, 36th Street campus built in 1948. You could convince me there's lead paint and asbestos there. Bowers Spec, 1949. I didn't realize that part of it burned down and had to be rebuilt in 53, 55. You could convince me that there's lead paint and asbestos there. Flamson, the original part of it is 1924. Kermit King, 2004. Winifred Pfeiffer, 1995. Virginia Peterson, 1989. Pat Butler, 1990. The current Georgia Brown campus, 1956. You could convince me that there's asbestos and lead paint there. Paso Robles High School, 1981 is when it opened. So we'll say 1980. But even if there is lead paint and asbestos, there are reporting requirements. Do we have an asbestos management plan?
We do.
Where is it, and why haven't any of the employees that I've spoken with, to include the unions, and why hasn't the community ever been made aware of it?
So we do have what's called an AHIRA management plan. So that is administered through SIPE, which is our.
Where is the asbestos then in the high school?
I don't have that committed to memory.
Well, you're saying it's in the high school.
I don't have it committed to memory. I can't tell you exactly where every location is.
Where is the AHIRA plan?
It's online.
No. Where?
Not on our district website. It's something that we maintain internally, so we have that online.
When was the last time you published it to the community?
I don't have that off the top.
Do you know that it's a federal law that you have to publish it, notify everybody every year? You want a copy of the way it should be done? Here's a copy of the notification from Eastside Union High School District a HERA annual notification. In compliance with Title 40 CFR Part 763, Subpart E, Asbestos Hazard Emergency Act, the district provides notification of the HERA management plan. This management plan contains information regarding inspections, re-inspections, response actions, and post-response action activities. Do we have any records of training?
I would have to go back and look and see what is
From what
part
I
of
hear,
our-
no. Do we have any records of notifying the public?
Sounds like you'll answer it for me.
No. Okay, you want to know what the potential violations are, the costs? Federal fine, $5,000 a day for not notifying. The requirements under HERA, school districts face specific civil penalties for violations such as failing to inspect buildings, failing to develop or properly maintain an asbestos management plan, failing to perform required notifications to parents, staff, faculty, organizations. Does any of that ever happen? Failing to conduct periodic surveillance or re-inspections, knowingly submitting false information. So I was hoping that maybe this was in here to try to tug at the heartstrings of the people, but it looks like this is another example of not following the law. So now we are at risk because we didn't follow procedures. Did you ever know? Excuse me. Joel, did you ever know? Joel, did you ever know if, in your time, you've been on the board for 10 years?
12.
12? Has anybody ever talked to you about asbestos?
Not at that school site, but at other school sites.
Yeah, you could convince me at the old school sites.
Right.
I'm sorry, I got a lot of issues with this, and I think we're in a lot of jeopardy right now. I've talked to parents for the last 5 days. I have not gotten in, parents and families that have been here for years, decades, employees that have been here for decades, not one said that they knew anything about asbestos. So, you know, there are all sorts of Cal OSHA violations. Lead paint. You know, if we have lead paint, we have a reporting of reports that have to be made and training that has to be conducted with all the employees. Did we do any of that? This is why nobody trusts us. We don't follow procedures. So I would like to put new facilities in, but at this point, I'm a hard no on this. And I have a question for you now, Mrs. Loftus. There's 6 of us here. How many no votes do you need to stop this tonight?
So we need a supermajority to pass it, right? So
So 1 vote shuts it down.
no.
No, it's
You would
5.
No.
We need 2 no votes to shut it down. But I would like to circle back to the question about parent notification. The requirement is that we actually notify parents that it's available for them to read if they want.
Do you have a
access
copy
to
of
it.
anything? I understand that.
I don't have a copy of what you're showing right now from another school district, but I do know that is the requirement. And I believe that some of that information is posted on our website and some of it's posted within our annual notifications as well. We'll have to go back and look. We have not done that research since we didn't know you had those questions, but there's a lot of things that we have a document that's probably 50 or 60 pages long, full of annual notifications that we have to give parents every single year. So we'll have to double check to see if that specific notification is there. We did also provide some information to trustees earlier today about the use of asbestos in facilities, and while it is generally not used, it is still used in some circumstances and allowable in the United States. So some of that language that you see in that resolution or in that draft is language that legal puts in order to safeguard the district just in case. It doesn't necessarily mean it's there, but if they go about doing the project and they find something, then it's covered. That doesn't
No,
mean
I
that it's
understand
there.
all that.
It doesn't
I
sound
still,
like you do, though. It sounds like you think.
no,
we're
I
being
understand that it's still legal to have it. And I've also, talking with EPA earlier today, it sounds like the state may actually push to have asbestos removed, but according to the federal EPA that I talked to, they argue that as long as it's encapsulated, it's actually safer than ripping it out.
Correct. That is correct.
My issue is, it doesn't look like we notified people properly.
I don't know that that's true or not true. The requirement is that parents are notified that that this plan is available and they can inspect it upon request. And I know that we have a plan, and I will have to go look and see if it's in our annual
Okay,
notifications.
well, I'm formally requesting it, and per federal law, I'm supposed to be able to see it, have a copy within
Happy to-
5 days.
Happy to provide.
And I would
now that
like,
we know that
I
you
would
have the
like
request.
evidence that this has gone out to the community.
Happy to provide now that we know that you have the request.
All right. I'm still a hard no on this. I think we've obviously we're going to wind up spending more than $120,000, I think. How much have we already spent on consultants? Brad? We've already spent probably what, 25,000?
We talked about this when we went forward with the survey. We're under contract with Dale Scott and Associates. We were under contract with them, but I believe the survey and the legal work up to this point was probably in the $20,000 range.
So that total price is, probably going to be more like 140 to 150,000 probably.
Yeah, the number of the 120 was an estimate.
Just the cost to
just the cost for the election. Yes, and I think I was clear on that too.
Lauren?
So the concerns that Mr. Uni has brought up, will those be fixed at all in this plan?
So if if something is determined to have asbestos in it as we are developing the scope of work, we will either encapsulate or remove that asbestos as part of the work. So that would be something that we would address specific to the project.
Okay, and then so, on the different Facebook groups that are out there, people have had their opinions that they have given because obviously this is a hot topic and it affects us as a community long term. Some of the things that I've heard are the trust issue, right? It seems to be split. Like some people say, give them a chance, da da da. But I feel like trust is a big thing in this topic and in the past before this board, because I feel also like people think that it's us that have made all these decisions all these years and mishandled all of these things, and we're new. We haven't been here or made those decisions. But what they have to base those things on is the past and the people that have made those decisions in the past. That have mishandled certain topics and things that they have voted for previously. So my question is, how are we going to be transparent? If this is something that does pass, how are we going to be transparent? How are we going to rebuild that trust with our community when it's very non-existent almost?
I'd like to take a shot at that, if you don't mind. Before I do, I want to circle back to just confirm with Trustee Eni that it is on page 40 of the annual parent notifications document that is sent out to all parents, and they certify that they've received it. So the asbestos notification that you're asking about, as I mentioned, I thought it might be in the annual notifications. It is, in fact, there.
Okay, well, let me ask you another question then.
I do want to
When we look
answer-
at,
Hold on.
all right, sorry, go ahead.
Finish one thing and then move to the next.
I'd really like to answer your question because I hear that a lot about trust and lack of trust. And I struggle with that a great deal because I think about the kids of today and the kids of tomorrow. And for how many years do our students today and our students tomorrow have to pay for the mistakes of that some adults unfortunately made perhaps in the past? But what I can tell you is this: since I've started in this district, we've tackled this work with a great deal of intentionality. We walked into the strategic planning involving a considerable number of people to include not just our trustees, not just our staff, but also community members and industry partners. and students. We built out a very strong strategic plan and then pulled in the facility master planning. We did not do facility master planning independent of strategic planning. We said, if this is what we want education to look like in our school district, what do our facilities need to look like in order to support bringing that dream to fruition? We cannot just say, what do the buildings need? We need to know what needs to be done in the buildings that we have. Again, you cannot do that independently. And so we brought on a highly skilled team to do that work. And that work wasn't done in a corner, in isolation. Once again, staff was intimately involved in that at every single school site, and parents were invited to the table at every single school site to work through iterations of what that would be for our school campuses. And students were invited to the table to be involved in that conversation. So it was all about getting input from not just the people in this room here, but people in our community and the students who and the parents who are experiencing our schools today. When we drafted the language that is before you this evening, it was written with intentionality. It wasn't written loosely. It was written in a way that actually ties us more, binds us more so to the promises that are in our strategic plan and in our facility master plan, much more so than the bond of the past. I recognize that the need for shall as opposed to may, and it has to be there because we can't control if another pandemic occurs. But we listed out very specific projects so that another group of trustees, if you will, won't come along and say, shiny, that's shiny, let's go do this thing over here, or we don't think we believe in this right here, we want to do something different. We built a strategic plan and then a facility master plan and then developed this language so that it all flows together. It tells a story out of a desire to have transparency in our community, out of a desire to show that this was intentional, that this was thoughtful, this wasn't just a wish list. If you dig deep into the plans that have been designed through this facility master plan and the strategic plan, what you will see is a whole lot of work that's been put into building really robust CTE programs that above and beyond what we have today, so that kids will have what they need to live in the real world today and tomorrow. And our city, our school system is really sitting at the cusp of some really exciting times with what's happening at the airport, with the perspective of the spaceport and the space tech industry sector that's coming out to it. We have the city coming to talk to us. We have industry partners and future employers coming and asking us, what are we doing differently today in our CTE pathways to support developing an employment pipeline for students tomorrow? When I'm talking to parents of high school students in our community, they are telling me their children cannot afford to stay in this community and buy homes here. They want them to be able to graduate from high school and get livable waged jobs. Those jobs are coming here. But our CTE pathways have to adjust. We have a slide, I think it's slide, if you would go back to the advanced manufacturing slide, Brad, you'll notice there is nothing on that page. That does not exist in our high school right now. If we are going to partner with the city, with Cal Poly, with Cuesta, and with the spaceport, we need to have advanced manufacturing in our school system. Go forward one. That is just the beginning of what we need to do. We cannot provide opportunities for our students to do what they need to do if we don't have the facilities available to our students that they need. A building that was built in 1980, by all means, should have been built in 1950 when you're talking about the type of technology that needs to be in classrooms to lend themselves to the experiences that our students need today. If we don't adjust, we are leaving our students behind. And so I could go on about this for a considerable amount of time, but your question was about trust.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here. I'm a Paso graduate. I am a Bearcat. I am here because I want to be here for the next 8 to 10 years to make sure that this plan is followed and that the trustees that join me up here at the dais stay committed to the intent of the work that was done through the facility master planning and the strategic planning, because I believe in our kids and I believe in this community and I believe that our future is we're at the cusp of really great things, but we need to invest in order
Right.
to make it come true.
So I agree with the things that you have said. I also agree with some of the comments that we heard tonight in regards to some of our students can't read. There's certain things that they can't do math. There's certain things that our students cannot do. But in the same breath, I also feel as though the technology that we don't have will help those students in learning those things. So I feel like it's a double-edged sword in that way. But I also feel we're very behind in our technology for our schools, and our students are missing out on a lot of opportunities. And when you say that we don't need all of these bells and whistles, they're not going to help them in any way. They are going to help them, because when you go to can you go to the slide for the medical, what is it? That one. So that's what it looks like right now, and that's how they have to learn. And to be able to learn in a space that's going to look like the space that they have to learn in and grow in the future, if they decide to go into that field, is going to put them ahead of so many different and put them ahead in so many different ways, because they already know that technology, and it's not something that they're going to have to be go back steps because they didn't learn it that way. And so I feel as though this is our community. We want the best for our community. When you have technology like this, it also brings people in that can teach our students better than the people that are able to teach them now. So it has so many places that we can grow as a community, as a district. And I just feel like it's a good thing. And I also feel like if we don't need it, if we don't want it, then vote no on the ballot. But I do feel like we need to at least see what putting it on the ballot and our community says, because it's our community, right? And if it's our community and our community doesn't want it, then they'll vote no. If our community wants it, they'll vote yes. And so I feel like we need to allow them the opportunity, because it is their future. It's their future students. It's their future grand students. It's our future. And you have to spend money on things that are going to help us in the future if we want it to last. We can't just keep upgrading stuff. By the time we upgrade it, we've already spent the money that we could have done something brand new.
Thank you, Lauren. Nathan or Leo?
Could I finish the question that I was
Kenny?
from Mrs. Loftus before? So I'd still like to know where the asbestos and the lead paint are in the high school, since it was built after the moratorium. But also, when I look at the facility inspection tool reports, the FIT reports, as far back as 2017-18, when you look under hazardous materials, it's all good. It's all green. So why is it under safety, hazardous materials, it's 100%? It's all good. What?
Brad, can I ask a question to follow up on that? So maybe Mark from Dale Scott's office can answer this question. I'm assuming, I didn't write this bond measure, that is common language put in bond measures that if they find lead paint or asbestos, they can use the bond measure to fix that. Is that, am I mistaken in that?
No, that's correct. And
I mean,
what
he probably writes 100 bonds a year on this in terms of what that sounds like.
And I probably agree with that, but somebody should have proofread it, because the paragraph says Paso Robles High School. Now, if this had been Measure M, where there's absolutely no mention of asbestos or lead paint, which I found kind of hard to believe at Georgia Brown, I wouldn't have had an issue. But this specifically in that paragraph, it says Paso Robles High School.
It sounds like your biggest issue, Mr. Kenny, is not the bond. It's this language of lead paint and asbestos.
I have the feeling that that's in there to tug at the heartstrings of the people, and this gets back to a trust issue. That should have been caught. I mean, in Measure M, I wouldn't have batted an eye, because it makes perfect sense that buildings before 1980 would have asbestos and lead paint.
Well, the other thing is if you read the whole thing, there's also going to be stuff done at War Memorial Stadium and the surrounding areas, and those buildings were built well before 1980. So,
but it doesn't say that in the paragraph.
Noted.
It specifically says Paso Robles High School.
You made that very clear. Thank you. Mr. Williams.
I'd like to make a motion to pass I-1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Cogan.
I mean, just for the fun of getting to use AI when we don't let kids do most of the time. According to AI, between 1980 and 1985, it was common for there to be asbestos in new buildings, particularly in popcorn ceilings, vinyl floor tiles, mastic glue, pipe insulation, furnace duct tape, siding, drywall joint compound, and roofing materials. I wouldn't be surprised if any of those things exist in a high school that was built in 1980.
Yeah, but
That's all.
I looked that up too, but according to Cal OSHA and the EPA, the state moratorium basically went into effect before. So the federal law was enacted in 1986 because you had a mishmash of state laws. So
Can I just ask, can I ask a question, Mr. Ernie? So a lot of these are for the pathways, the CTE pathways, making them better. And I know that that's something that you like that you feel that is good for our community and our students. So what about this is a no for you?
it gets back. I mean, I've been to that advanced manufacturing facility. I spent a day touring around that. I've probably been the biggest advocate for CTE on this board. I introduced the concept of the tiny house or the small house or whatever. My issue is, one, you don't have the trust of the community. You're not going to get over, I don't think you're going to get over 55%. Two, I'm really not enamored with the plan yet. And this is the reason why. If you look at advanced manufacturing around the country, I'll use the BMW plant in South Carolina in the 1990s and 2000s. They had to import labor because the local population, the graduates, weren't proficient enough in reading, writing, and arithmetic. I think that needs to be the focus. And like I've said before, if you focus and follow what's in our LCAP plan, which says 5% increase, that's the goal that's in that LCAP plan. By 2028, we will be above state standards. If that's the focus, and all these people that don't trust us, they're going to see that, hey, we've balanced the budget, which it looks like we're getting closer to doing. We've increased academic performance. And if you don't have that academic baseline, you're not going to attract advanced engineering. I'm sorry, I don't think it's going to happen. Especially if you have a state of California where, housing values are high. I don't think they're going to pay a premium. You're going to have to build up your base, and we haven't done that yet. We're below state average. I've got my handy dandy cheat sheet. For 24-25, Paso Robles 43.94% met or exceeded standards in English language arts, 29.9% met or exceeded standards in math. That's below the state average, and the state average is 37% for math, 48.8% for English language arts. Advanced manufacturing I'm concerned that it's even going to stay in the state with baseline scores like this.
So what's
We
wrong
rank
with
below Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi now.
So what's wrong with letting the community decide though
I don't want to waste $120,000.
on something that they might want?
That's basically two teachers. If we sat down right now and developed a plan and said, all right, community, here's what we're going to do. Our commitment to you is we're going to have a balanced budget and we're going to raise academic performance 5% annually, which is what we've put in our own plan. We'll have those CASP scores before the 2028 election. If we do that, we ask you for your support on this bond. But we're going to ask for this bond, and I don't know what the CASP scores are going to look like come October, but I doubt, do you all think we're going to be above the state average by that point this fall?
I think it depends what grade level and what area we're looking at. I know that we have some pretty strong increases coming in some areas, but we don't have all of the reporting data yet.
You had at Paso Robles High School I'll admit, had a very good performance in English language arts. They went from 51% to 67% met or exceeded standards. But still math, which is what you're going to need for advanced manufacturing, it's still only 33% met or exceeded standards. So we still have, roughly 70% that aren't meeting the math standards.
According to that assessment, yes.
Well, the CASP is our report card. We may not like it,
We may
but that's
not.
our report card.
You have to remember that our students, that is not a test that they are motivated by. AP exams, yes. SAT, yes. Anything that shows up on their report card, yes. We are working very hard to help them understand that that data point means something to our district and to make it mean something to them as well. But it doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot to them yet. And so
And
we
that's a leadership issue, in my opinion.
it's an issue with a lot of things. It's just a fact, and it's not unique to Paso Robles. But we do have a lot of students who do go on to do a lot of very successful things. I'm sure any one of you up here could share examples of that. But I will say that our students can read, they can write, they can do math. We do also graduate a lot of students with the seal of biliteracy. Double digits. We have one of the highest numbers, if not the highest number of dual enrollment offerings in the county. And so our students do graduate with the highest number of dual enrollment credits, concurrent enrollment status credits from Cuesta College. There are a lot of good things happening at our high school as well, and a lot of our students move on to be incredibly successful. Do we have some students who are struggling? Absolutely. Every school system does. But I just would like to remind everyone that is one data point, and there are many others that tell a different story too.
And we've got a new superintendent who's been here 2.5 years in terms of where we're at, building the plan, strategic plan, the facilities master plan. And we've got a leadership team who came in here and finished this pool, finished the bond. We built two brand new school sites, a new building at Lewis Lampson, countless restrooms, ACs, and playground facilities, and the pool. So people can say they don't have our trust, but it depends on who you're talking to. You talk to a lot of people whose kids are going to start swimming in that pool next year. They're really excited about that. And they don't know all the drama of what happened. They see this new team, this new board, and they said, I'm excited, let's go. Jim.
Oh, just given the hour, I'd like to call the question.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this. Any further questions? Mr. Anning?
Any no.
Kogan, aye.
William Stanton, aye. Castillo, aye.
In a world where people are being told what they have to do and how they have to do it, I feel like we need to allow our community to make the decision and show us what they want. So I'm going to vote aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Thank you for public comment. Move on to item 1. Oh, sorry, 5-1. I apologize. I-2, approve ratification of tentative agreement between PRJSD and California School Employee Association, CSEA.
Do you want me to take a short pause until, or just keep going?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustees, before you this evening is ratification of the tentative agreement that was spoken about from Ms. Long regarding the agreement between the district and CSEA. So this is something that you've seen before. We have to do what's called an AB 1200, where we submit documentation to the county office and we publicly disclose the provisions of all of the collective bargaining agreement. And the board gets an opportunity to review this. So again, we're deeply appreciative of our CSEA members, and we think this agreement, again, really reflects appreciation of their hard work and we're looking forward to having this finalized. So for the 26-27 year, this would be a 1.2% salary increase with an additional 0.8% increase on health and welfare contribution. As we discussed, CSEA would be moving to a tiered healthcare plan, so there would be a different dollar amount for each tier, and those tiers are going to be single, two-party, or family. This is something that we've discussed in detail with CSEA. As Ms. Long mentioned, we had an informational meeting for all staff members to attend, and then they had an opportunity to vote on this. So I'm going to go through a couple of slides here. A couple you have seen, and one you have not seen. So I just wanted to make sure that we clarified some details because there's been some changes in the state budget as of the May revision. So the AB 1200 document, the cost of that salary increase, the 2%, is $17,000. The board approved reductions for next year, $2.2 million. Those are the changes that you have already approved for the next following year. So with the salary increase, and this is a slide that you saw in our mitigation plan. So these numbers really didn't change because when we factored any increases, it would be for all bargaining units and all individuals in the district receiving the 2% retro and the 2% going forward. So you saw this here that we would have some deficit spending in the current year and the two subsequent years. But we also presented to you some reductions that needed to be made. So deficit spending, again, in the 26-27 year, but we had some reductions that in the out years that would need to be adjusted. If those reductions were implemented, we showed you that we could reduce our deficit spending and actually eliminate it in the 27, 28, and 28, 29 year. These are slides you have seen before. But as of the May revision, the governor's proposing what's called a super COLA. The COLA would increase up to, I believe it was 4.31%. There was also additional revenue that would be coming based on students with disabilities. And so we have shown what it would look like if we factor in those new ongoing dollars. Typically, the direction from the county office is whatever's in the May revision, it's fairly safe to factor that into your budget projections moving forward. So you would be able to see that if we did not do the reductions that we proposed for the two subsequent years, and we only counted on the increase based on the students with disabilities and the additional COLA, you could see that immediately next year we would have a surplus, and also in the subsequent year we would have a surplus. So it looks like that COLA is a positive thing. We did submit our letter and documentation to the county office. As of this morning, we did not receive that letter back. This is a quote that came from a previous letter, but the county also knew that we were looking at this across the board for this increase for all employees. So they're aware of that. So again, I'm quoting an older letter here, but as soon as we receive that letter, it's likely it actually will go to you, Mr. Peterson, as board president, and Ms. Loftus will forward that to, I'm sure, to all trustees, showing what the status of that review is by the county office. But at this point, staff recommends that we ratify the tentative agreement between the district and CSEA.
Any questions? Take a motion.
So moved to approve?
Second.
Motion and a
Third.
second. Ms. Rainey. Oh, Kevin Cogan.
Any aye.
Kogan, aye.
William Stanton, aye.
Castillo, aye.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion carries 6-0. On to number 3, approve salary increases for confidential classified management and certificated management for 25-26 and 26-27 school years.
Yeah, trustees, what has been past practice and continues to be practice is that we work through negotiations with our 2 labor units, our bargaining partners, and we settle with them, and then we would bring back a recommendation to make adjustments for the confidential and management staffs that are similar to that. So we're requesting that the board approve compensation adjustments for the district's unrepresented groups, which is management, and then both in certificated and classified, also our confidential staff. Per ed code, compensation is brought before the board and reviewed at a public meeting. But this does not require an AB 1200, so there's no documentation that goes to the county for this, so we would not receive a letter on it. But again, when we put our multi-year projection in for the county to review, it is with the assumption that all units are receiving the increase. So why this matters, we've discussed this, and it is part of our strategic plan that recruitment and retention is important. So ensuring the district remains competitive, ensuring that we can retain and attract high-quality leadership. Internal salary equity, so if so as we continue to boost our employees, management, it's good to continue to boost the same amount there so that there's not actually salary compaction and it gets closer and closer between individuals that supervise others. So the summary of this, the proposed changes are actually identical to what the other units received. So 1% salary increase back to July 1, 2025, a salary increase retro to April 1, 2026, and then for the 26-27 year, it would be a 2% salary increase. So the cost of those, you can see how those are broken down per unit, whether it's certificated or classified. And then this is the slides. These are the slides that we just went over, just again showing this was something in the mitigation plan. Again, this was, as we put together the mitigation plan, it was all based on all bargaining units, all employees receiving this increase. Again, same here what the proposed reductions are, but I really think the key takeaway is this here with the super COLA, that with that increased COLA and the increased funding related to students with disabilities, we anticipate that we would have a surplus in the 26-27 year and 27-28 year. So at this point, staff recommends approval of the increase for confidential and management groups.
Thank you, Brad. Questions?
Motion to approve?
I've got a question.
I'll second.
Great, go ahead.
I want to make sure I understand. We are approving this as an automatic pay raise for all management, or are we still, is their pay still performance based? We're increasing the range, or is this an automatic salary increase for everybody?
The only salaries that are what I would deem performance-based would be the assistant superintendent and the superintendent. It requires a satisfactory evaluation. And what you're talking about is a percentage. So just like with teachers, you take the cells that are there currently and you add 2%. The same thing happens with CSEA. The same thing happens with this category of employee as well.
And management doesn't get, they don't get COLA?
They don't get COLA. No, they get the same thing that other employees get.
Okay. I'm going to vote no on this primarily because I'm fundamentally opposed to having management get an automatic pay raise. I think it should be performance-based. I think this takes some power away from you in particular. I think I come from a world where, it's a meritocracy, and if this were to say, hey, here's the range, we're going to increase the range, but it still lays with you lays the power to give a pay raise or not, I would vote for that. Because it gives you some influence over performance, and it gives you a carrot and a stick. I don't think this really gives us a carrot and a stick. It's just everybody gets a pay raise. There's some principals that I would love to see get huge pay raises. There's some that I would not like to see get any pay raises. So
Is that what you're saying, though? Is that what you're saying, that even though are you saying, what are you, I don't understand. I don't know that I agree with this either, but I need some better explanation.
So management is similar to certificated, is similar to classified. They have a salary schedule. And just like certificated move over a column or move down a row, management does the exact same thing. It happens automatically every year.
So even if they suck and aren't doing what they need to do, they still get a raise.
That is correct.
Okay.
The only thing different for management versus certificated or classified is that they're not guaranteed employment. So they can be evaluated out in a way that is very different than certificated or even classified, because the rules are slightly different for management staff. But they still get, they have a salary schedule that we follow.
I also just want to remind that management includes psychologists, mental health therapists. It's not only like principals. I know our mind automatically goes to principals. It includes a lot of classified management positions, which vary, like I said, mental health therapists. So it's also people at the schools that we don't always consider management, clerical here at the district office, things like that.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they're not doing their job right. They shouldn't get a raise, but.
No, but they do have a year contract. You can release them for performance. So that different than teachers, where there's teachers and classified, there's more of a process.
So, and I guess not necessarily a question, but from what I understand from my experience, you guys also do performance improvement plans if the performance is failing. You also do scope of work, initial counselings at the beginning of their contract to show that progress if they're not doing, if they suck. And then we don't offer them a job. That's where the satisfactory piece comes in, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
The direct supervisor, so it would depend on the position, right? So the assistant superintendent over a director over a coordinator.
And I understand all that. I'm just, when I look at this, I mean, how often, each column is a year? How often do you move up the column? Is it a year or 2 years or? Okay, so they kind of get a pay raise automatically. But I think, one of the
Yes,
issues.
just like the teachers, just like the classified staff.
And so that's their pay raise automatically, as far as I'm concerned. What I would like us to see is something that's more merit-based, that gives you the power to say, I got this great principal who's going above and beyond. Do we have anything that can give them merit pay?
We do not, but I would also remind the board that you invested just under $200,000 in a salary study that looked very closely at all of the salary schedules. And one of the areas that was pointed out
That today, actually.
was that you have areas on our specific to management that are compressed, because we've not historically always done a Me Too for management. And when you don't do that, you end up with positions that pay less than lower positions. So we are in a predicament right now where many of our assistant principals make less money than our classroom teachers per day. And so not giving them a Me Too or not giving them the equivalent raise further compresses or puts them even further behind people who they supervise.
But what kind of accountability message are we sending when it's like when we graduate kids just because we're graduating them? Like, they didn't even do the work. So how is giving somebody a raise going to make them do the work when they're not doing it already?
It's not. It's about recruitment and retention, and then accountability is the other side of the equation. You do have to have accountability.
Mr. Annie, so go ahead.
Superintendent Loftus, can you confirm that salary study was 200,000 roughly?
It was just under 200,000.
And for this is off topic, as I'm going to call for the vote here in a second, but when we talk about trust and we talk about spending money responsibly, did staff not just come to us before that and give us the exact same information that we end up spending $200,000 on?
That is correct. We gave very nearly.
My only point, that's all I wanted to make. I'm calling for a vote, please.
Do you mind if I make a comment, Ethan?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, sorry. I just want to make a comment. I just want to say, Mr. Annie, I actually agree with you. I 100% agree with you. The challenge is like, this is the way it's been. And so when they've gotten off topic, they've done that. But I will say, I won't be here next year, but you will be, I think. And I would encourage this board to do something that you're talking about, which is that range idea. Because the thing is like she said, when the unions go in and bargain, they've got a great union. They bargain for this, they bargain for that, and they're able to go that. And the way this district's always done it is just at the very end, it's the people who don't have a union. And so it's this group of confidential management groups. and they kind of get the quote unquote me too. And I think there's a huge problem with that. I'm going to vote for it tonight because we're here, and I think it's unfair to not do that. But I think that this board should work on that over the next year to say here's the parameters of what we want to do, because I think it would provide more accountability. So I just wanted to give you
Well, I appreciate
credibility
that.
of that. I 100%, I shared that with Ms. Loft just last week when I met with her. So it's a tough one because I don't want to say that people aren't worth, they shouldn't get the 2% raise. The unions did a lot of the hard work for this group who's out here. Most of these people are in the audience right now. They fought to get that 2% raise and 2% raise, and most of them are doing amazing work to do that. But it is interesting that they just sit back, and then there's all this negotiations with the unions, and then they basically get the benefits of that. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. So I just wanted to note that.
Yeah, I'll bring it up again. There's no legal restriction on this, is there? Or-
I think what we would have to do is really think about teasing out staff that are not your traditional management that we have on management salary schedules. So that's really the first layer of work that needs to be done. Because when we're talking about our executive assistants, we're talking about mental health therapists, we're talking about psychologists, we really need to have a different salary schedule for those individuals perhaps, so that this conversation could be perhaps a little more intentional, because I think what you're trying to get to is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just not the way the system is designed now.
No, it's a government bureaucracy system. I mean, it's the same as in the military, probably firefighters and everybody else. And I've never really liked it, frankly. You get paid for time. They're getting paid for time and service, essentially. But I think if we really, I understand we have to balance getting quality people here. I just don't think, again, this is the way to do it. So I'm still going to vote no, but.
Noted. We're going to go ahead and call the vote. We have a motion in a second, I believe. Becky? Great. Okay. Mr. Annie?
Any no?
Kogan, aye.
Williams, Nathan, aye.
Steele, aye.
McCoy, no.
Peterson, no?
No.
Okay. Peterson, aye. Motion carries 4-2. Does that pass? Okay. Thank you. I wasn't sure if they needed a supermajority or not. Okay, that takes us to number 4, which is approved recommended CTE public safety pathway from Ms. Cannon.
Good evening, Board.
Hello.
I am here this evening back again with our public safety pathway curriculum. We had 2 different pieces of curriculum that we were looking at. They were both on public display in the district office and in the office at Liberty High School for the last 2 weeks. For our Public Safety in America class, it's the Public Safety in America book for our Public Safety Careers course. And then for our drone course, it's the USI Commercial Remote Pilot Prep Program. These were on public display for the required 2 weeks. There were no public comments. The staff recommends approval for the CTE Public Safety Pathway at Liberty and Independence High School.
Thank you very much. Leo?
I'm really excited about this specific one. Is dispatching at all part of this as well, or that's a little bit different?
We incorporate dispatch into our patient care pathway at the high school right now.
Wonderful.
And as we build this out, we are working to not duplicate any more than is called for. That's not to say that at some point in time it couldn't be incorporated into it, because it's an excellent certification. It's well within the scope of what could take place in that course. At this moment, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not involved in.
I think it's great, and I'd like to move to approve.
Second.
Great. We have a motion.
Let it go to Nathan.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Annie?
Any aye?
Kogan, aye.
Williams, Nathan, aye.
Castillo, aye.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion passes unanimously. That takes us to I-5, approve emergency credential assignments variable team waiver for Brianna Van Sickle. Ms. Ames.
All right, good evening. We're here to grant an emergency credential assignment. As a reminder, our goal is to hire highly qualified staff. After we've exhausted all avenues for some of our hard to fill positions, we can look at a waiver. That little graphic there shows that not everybody's path to a credential is perfectly straight. There's different ways to do it, and we're here to support them. Oh, okay. Here's a couple examples of some of these credentials. These aren't the ones we're talking about today. Here's some more, the intern permit and the short-term waiver. This isn't changing here. Okay. But the variable term waiver is what I'm here to talk to you about tonight. This one allows individuals more time to finish their credentialing requirement when they're finishing. So we have a speech and language pathologist, and it's going to be extended 1 year. It's typically used in positions, again, that are difficult to fill. We have an open speech and language pathologist right now position. We are really trying to actively recruit for this. Brianna Van Sickle's a wonderful employee. She is going to finish in the middle of next school year with her entire program. And so this is to extend her variable term waiver in order to teach speech and language. We do monitor her. We check in with her multiple times per year. She is absolutely on track. We've checked all of that, and she's progressing as expected. We do offer support for her through a mentor and the SLP lead. So staff recommends approval of the variable term waiver for Brianna Van Sickle.
I have a question. So why is she off track?
She's not off track. The program's long. It's more than a year.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is this person at the high school or middle school?
Oh, do you know where? Junior high.
Junior high, okay. I'd like to move to approve.
Second.
All right, can we go for a vote? Mr. Rennie?
Any aye.
Kogan, aye.
Williams, Nathan, aye.
Castillo, aye.
McCoy, aye. Motion passes. Next up, we have item I6, approved to purchase the purchase of cafeteria furniture for Lewis Flamson Junior High. Ms. Jessie.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to take you on a little tour of the progress we have made over the past 5 years and the next, but certainly not the least, or last phase of Lewis Flamson Cafeteria. So this was what it looked like 5 years ago. There was a mural on the wall, the floor was that way, and yeah, we will move on to the next slide. Okay, so this is also another vantage point. There was old signs hanging from, I believe, I don't know, 1990. There was blinds that were falling apart. This is one of my first weeks on the job. So this is our current space. We updated the floors, we added paint, we fixed the lighting, we opened up the windows and took off the blinds. We've included some salad bars or updated our salad bars so that students have a selection of fresh fruits and vegetables on a daily basis. The space looks almost there. Here's another picture of our current space. And then students walk in kind of where these stanchions are and then go along the line of the plastic tables and then out that far door there. So what I'm here tonight is to propose furniture for that empty space. This is a rendition from the company of some paw prints on the ground showing students where to walk, some tables laid out, we have some booth seating. This is not to fit all of the students, but just some of them, and to just elevate the space in a very, I wouldn't want to say elegant, but a modern look. We have the decals on the tables and the walls, kind of creating the goal is to foster community and have school pride. Here is a 3D view. You can see the Lewis Flamson logo on the wall where that mural once was, which ties the space together. The open area will be for our serving line, where hot food line and a salad bar will be located. There is room for a third row of furniture, but we wanted to be conservative with space and our needs, and we can add that down the road if needed. And this space serves 72 students comfortably. Obviously, there's a lot more students, like I said, but it will provide shelter on rainy or hot days. So the funding source is Fund 13, Food Service and Child Nutrition Funds. It has been approved by the CDE School Nutrition Capital Expenditures List. The company that could be awarded for the lowest quote was Meteor Education, which is part of the Omnia cooperative contract that ensures the lowest price. The price is $173,184.44. This includes installation by their team, all custom colors and graphics that you saw in the previous pictures,
The tables have an unlimited lifetime warranty, free of defects in material and workmanship for the period of 15 years from date of shipment. Limited lifetime warranty after 15 years, and they will provide full product support. The goal of this project is to, like I said, elevate the space for our students, make use of wasted space, and show campus pride by creating community for students to eat and enjoy a meal. This also aligns with our strategic plan of Goal 2, ensuring a safe and supportive school community. Strategy 2.2, build strong connections and sense of belonging. Goal 3, build inclusive, engaged school communities. Goal 6, provide safe, modern facilities. Staff recommends approval for purchasing furniture for Lewis Flamson Junior High.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions, Leo?
You said 72 kids could eat in there. Is that
Well, that's,
after it's all remodeled and done, or the new furniture's purchased? Was that prior to?
there's no seating in there right now,
There's
so
no
they
seating,
do
right?
not
Okay,
sit in there.
that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
so
I didn't
zero
know if you
kids.
guys put those tables away at the end
So
of.
it is an increase of the amount of
Wonderful.
students that
Okay.
eat in there.
I'd like to move to approve.
I got a quick question. I'll second, but quick
Thank you.
question. When we look at the wait times now, I still get people complaining about how long they have to wait. What's the wait time now generally for?
I believe it's 10 weeks, so
No,
we.
I'm sorry, I should be more specific.
Oh.
Wait time to get in, when the students are in the line, I still have students complain, or parents complaining that
This is
kids
my
have to wait
favorite
too
school
long.
to go to because we have our point of sale, and we get we get the students in nutrition in about like 8 minutes.
Okay.
Lunch is about 8 minutes. Yeah, so there's
Okay.
no wait.
Much better. Do you
Great. I just have two comments. Thank you for the presentation. How much input did you get from your team and from the existing people who are there working daily on the lunch before you went to pick out these items?
I got input from my team. They're a little nervous about having students in the area, but I think they will be positive once it's there. Change is hard for my team, so they're excited to have like something brand new because every stage or phase that we've had, they've looked back on it like, oh, you did a good job.
Yeah, okay. So make sure that they know what's coming.
Yes.
And the second thing is, what is an unlimited lifetime warranty that lasts for 15 years?
I don't know.
That was maybe
I didn't make that up.
okay.
But limited, maybe I did switch my words around and became
Okay.
dyslexic in a second. So limited lifetime warranty after 15 years? Does that make more sense?
Maybe, there's,
know.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, if you want that information, I can send you what
I just
they
want to
sent
make sure you
me.
just follow up, make sure it's
I
one or the
know,
other. But
it was I think there's certain things, like, obviously, they're not gonna protect it if a student, like, totally
Right.
rips it and destroys it.
yeah,
Yeah.
good.
I do
Lauren.
have a question. So, being that the students will be inside now, what does that look like and this probably is not a question that you're going to answer, but are able to answer, but what does that look like for staff in that space?
So I have 4 people working, and there is a proposed, next year, there's going to be a decrease in the amount of students on that campus. So it's job security for my employees to stay there. That's their space. It is cafeteria funds. And so anything that is being used by cafeteria funds, that is covered by my staff. So they will be in charge of watching those students.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Rainey.
NEI.
Kogan, aye.
William Stanton, aye.
COI.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion passes 6-0. Congratulations.
Super.
That
Thanks.
goes on to number 7, approve quote for rational tilt skillet and ovens for food service, main
Hey,
kitchen.
I'm back. Okay. All right. This is for, you just said it. Never mind. I don't need to repeat that.
The
Okay,
tilt
this is our
tilt
current.
skillet.
Yeah,
That
tilt
sounds like
skillet.
something you buy at a
So
fair.
get ready to learn about equipment. It's my favorite. Okay, so this is our current setup in our main kitchen. Our main kitchen, if you don't know, it's 1900 Golden Hill Road, across from Bronco Burger. These are 2 tilt skillets we currently have in our main kitchen. We use these to make a wide variety of dishes: rice, eggs, pasta, cool pasta, braised meat, pozole, chili, sauteed vegetables. Think of them like a giant skillet, but also a shallow stock pot. These are one of my favorite pieces of equipment because they're so versatile, but we want to replace them because they're a little outdated. And I'll explain more. The one on the left, we've put several work orders in for because the igniter keeps failing. And then the one on the right is fairly new, but there's a pipe that comes out, and it's a workman's comp hazard because my team runs into it constantly while they're cooking. And then I'll also talk about another safety concern as we go. So this is a continuation of our cooking line. So next to the tilt skillet, there's a kettle, and that's where we make the majority of our pasta. And then next to that, we have a convection oven, that's like that red, a rotating baker oven, and then another convection oven. And the two convections on the side is also what we're looking to replace. So going back to the tilt skillets, this is how we currently cook pasta, one of our most popular items in our school food menus. Shameless plug for Edo. We boil the water in the big kettle and then have to drain it through the valve at the bottom and have a colander rested on top of a rack to drain. And I say we because I've done it several times. I wouldn't want my staff to go through anything if I haven't done it myself. And then we take that boiling hot pasta that was cooked in the colander, we lift it up, and then we walk over to one of the tilt skillets and dump it in an ice bath so that we can stop it from cooking and getting mushy, because then they have to reheat it at their school sites. So it's a multi-step process. So that last picture, or the middle picture, is showing the ice, and then the last picture is showing the melted ice and the pasta cooled. And then we take it through another colander, and then we put it into bins, and then we store it safely into the cooler. So that's how we make pasta. We do this about 6 or 7 times, and we serve 3,500 servings. We also call this our spa day because we get like steam constantly in our face. I try and make it fun for my staff and myself. But there, as you can see, like there's many trip hazards. There's many opportunities to get hurt. And luckily, knock on wood, we've only had one workman's comp case of an employee who burned her toe. And it's because obviously hot water splashed on it. And luckily it wasn't severe and she was fine, but it could have been a lot worse. So here's our proposed equipment. So this is a Rationale tilt skillet. Rationale is a brand. It's the Envario Pro XL, which comes with an automated basket lift that lifts and drains the pasta all in one action. This will help reduce safety hazards in our kitchen by limiting the amount of bending and stooping to make large batches of pasta, transferring it from one piece of equipment to the next. It has 4 individually controlled heat zones where our current model only has 1. And we've noticed that ours has hot spots and unevenly cooks food, which takes a lot more time. And then on the right-hand side is the iCombi Pro 20 full size that will replace the 2 convection ovens. So we'll get 2 of these as well. And it can cook 20 sheet pans at once, and our current model only cooks about 10 racks. So what we would do is we would just load everything onto racks and push it in and close the door instead of transferring it and, having that time wasted. So our funding source is Fund 13 again, Food Service and Child Nutrition Funds. It's approved by the CDE School Nutrition Capital Expenditures List. If awarded, the awarded company would be Avanti Restaurant Solutions, and they were the same company that we purchased the dishwasher from. So we have good rapport with them. And the total price is $172,081.41, which includes the 2 combi ovens, 2 tilt skillets, warranty, pre-installation check, consultation, and accessories. And this will allow food services to cook higher volumes of food and introduce a wide variety of from-scratch cuisines to our students. Less errors, less food waste, energy efficient, but most importantly, our students can't learn if they are hungry. So it will service our students more.
What's the name of the little thing on the left? There's the comb, the one that one. What's the one on the left called?
That one is it's a tilt skillet, but it is the Envario Pro XL.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the one that does the pasta stuff.
Yes.
Invario Pro XL.
Yes,
All
and
right, I
our-
was just looking it up to see how it works.
Yeah, yeah. And our, I wouldn't have even come if I didn't have experience working with these. I mean, actually, I've played with it once, but my chef went to a demonstration using these pieces of equipment, and he was blown away. And like every other word was like, well, we could do that if we had one of these. And so he's really, really excited about it. And I like handheld cooking and like touching things and like pretending like I'm a real chef. So I was hesitant to use technology like this, but it really will help us.
Staff recommends.
I'm really excited about this. This is kind of like the pull for me. When we get upgraded features like this is something that students get excited about, faculty get excited about. It just changes the energy. It changes the opportunities. I'm looking forward to seeing this. I did have a question. How long will it take for you to get that in place?
10 weeks. Like everything's 10 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Like it's
I'm really super excited about it, and I look forward to approving it.
Thanks.
Leo.
I'm Nathan. I'm just kidding. I'm Leo. Echo what he said. Honestly, it's really impressive. I may or may not have gotten in trouble in the Army one point. I had to cook out of a tilted skillet thingy. Yeah, and it was not fun. But I'm very impressed with the equipment upgrades that we're getting, and I think I've seen the food you guys put out. I think you guys use Edo Pasta as well, which is a huge perk for them. So
Yeah,
good for them.
that's great.
And I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
You keep making these motions, but you know what? You need to make sure that nobody has any more questions because I do. Just kidding. Wait,
go ahead.
okay. So, do you guys, in order to decide what kind of stuff y'all are going to get, equipment you're going to get, how do you go about that? And then the training with your staff, when do you start that? Because you don't have the equipment there, but do you start the training before the equipment comes, or how does that work?
A little bit, yeah. So Chef Mike went to this seminar and he was able to see some of the training. I also ask a lot of questions when I'm either at a restaurant or I'm at a conference or a training. I went to a training last year, the year before, and they were using these. And so a lot of their demos, they were able to do the demo because they're so fast. So yeah, it's my own research and asking a lot of questions, and then it kind of funneled down and narrowed to these pieces of equipment.
Thanks for a great presentation.
Thanks.
I'm assuming you can't get this in a non-stainless steel version, right?
No.
Just joking. Mr. Any.
Any aye.
Kogan, aye.
William Snaith and I.
Ms. DOI.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Thanks. Takes us to our public hearing of the budget overview and your annual update and our LCAP plan. So I will open the public hearing. Anyone here from the public to speak about this? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thanks for coming. I'm going to go to the second public hearing for the PRHASU proposed financial budget. Officially open. Officially closed. Information items. Number one, budget item, annual update, LCAP.
That was an
I don't know why we
exhausting
do that, but
public-
we do it.
An exhausting public hearing. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Loftus, Cabinet, and other dignitaries of significant import. I am here to present the LCAP. You have two documents at your disposal, I believe, the 237-ish page LCAP itself and the executive summary. Yes? Fantastic. I also brought some resources in case there are any challenging questions. So as we all know, the LCAP is a 3-year plan, and we are currently looking at our 26-27, which is the 3rd year of the 3-year plan. And it outlines with the state of California how we plan to spend the LCFF supplemental and concentration grant monies. And of course, we involve educational partners in the development of the LCAP. We had a road show at every single site for all of the principals and staff. We had multiple meetings with our Parent Advisory Council. We met with 2 student advisory councils, that at Paso Robles High School and Liberty High School. We also, of course, presented at DLAC with the DLAC committee, and sent multiple surveys, and of course presented to you the mid-year report. And all of these outreach endeavors can be seen on our website, pasoschools.org, on the LCAP engagement page. And we also have links to all of the presentations themselves. So of course, in the LCAP, we were required to speak about the 2023 dashboard, the areas where we were red. So we do continue to speak about those, and because we're required to have a 3-year plan for those, not just 1 year. And this is just a reminder that LCFF money, of course, base grants, but then the LCAP itself is supposed to address how we're going to spend supplemental and concentration grant funds, specifically on English learners, students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and foster youth. And this is an overview of our unduplicated count this year. And we highlight that we have increased across the district, and none of our schools are below the 55% threshold, which is important to note, because as our unduplicated count increases, of course, our funding for them increases, our supplemental and concentration grants. And I would like to shout out Brittany Miller, who did an incredible job of making sure that all of our unduplicated students were counted in CalPADS this year, so we could make sure to get every dollar that we are entitled in support of them. This is a summary of our budget. And you can see the distinction from last year to this year. And the increase is most pointedly because of our increase in unduplicated students. Now, of course, the LCAP comprises 5 different goals. Well, 6 goals previously, 5 going into the next year. And goal 1 is about every student being connected to school and engaged in learning. And that involves social emotional support, trauma-informed practices, parent connectedness, basic needs like transportation, hotspots, etc. Community school support, maintenance of facilities. And I'm happy to report we do not have a single facility that reported below good this year, which is great. Shout out to Kelly. And also positive school culture and climate, and inclusive excellence, which is culturally responsive pedagogy to ensure that all of our students and all of our demographic student groups have their needs met, and reducing our adult to student ratio in physical education to ensure that students are engaged. Goal 2 is about college and career readiness, and we've all experienced Megan Cannon's incredible work with CTE, and we appreciate your support with that. AVID is very successful. We have obviously our support for math at both the junior high and the high school. We have increased our access to CTE and electives. We also have increased our support to the after-school programs. We've served almost 1,200 students, which was our goal, so that's fantastic. We've increased significantly since previous years. And of course, making sure that we have modern technology to support all of our students, especially at the high school, where they do not have a consistent application of technology across the school. Goal 3 is about our English learners. And as you may recall, Gabby Clark and I and Maggie adjusted our reclassification criteria so we could reclassify more English learners. And that's really important because historically, once our students become long-term English learners where they have at least 7 or 8 years of English language development, historically they start to decrease in achievement, and part of that is diminishing morale and self-efficacy. And so by being able to reclassify them sooner, we're able to make sure that they have access to electives, to advanced classes, to dual enrollment, to all the other things that that English-only students have access to. And so we're really proud that since we last met at the middle of the year report, we Just got new LPAC scores in, and there are about 100 additional students that we're looking at reclassifying before the end of the year. So Gabby's working really hard in the next week to make sure that we can do that. So we have, all of those students can have access to electives in middle school and high school. Goal 4 is about, obviously, our TK to 6 achievement in math, English, math, and science. Increasing library access to ensure that our English learners and students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, are basically our unduplicated students, have increased access. We also have instructional coaches, and we're working a lot on universal design for learning. It's part of our strategic plan, ensuring that we have really strong Tier 1 instruction, where the teacher's the first point of contact, and making sure that all students have access, including your students who are English learners and students who are special education students, to make sure that we really meet all of our students' needs with that Tier 1 instruction before we move on to Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. And finally, Goal 5 involves equity multiplier funds at Liberty High School, and they meet the criteria for instability and also for the percentage of students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So they do qualify for about $300,000 in equity multiplier funds for next year. So they're maintaining their mental health therapist, their advocate, their academic support, tutoring, and also their CTE pathway. As you know, we've added on the public safety pathway, which is really great. This is an overview of our carryover funds, just to remind people that some of our money that isn't all spent at once, because it involves ongoing projects that right now we're in process of delivering. And then this is an overview of LREBG funds. Also, that is spent over the course of time. We have until the end of 2028 to spend this money. So it's just a reminder of what those projects are that involve that money. So if people are wondering why there's so much carryover or so much money in these areas. And I'm open to any questions, and any pecuniary questions should be dealt with by the perspicacious Sherry and Aaron. I use the word perspicacious for you. So,
Thank
yeah,
you.
let me have it.
Okay. Any questions, comments on this? Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. Jim, Nathan, Mr. Annie, I've got some people in the back over here coming over. I think you've caught us at the end of a longer meeting. I think it
Everybody's
was-
really tired. This is the second time I get to present when people are exhausted.
um,
You're welcome.
It looks good. So will you come back and do the same presentation next week? I mean, 2 weeks, or will it be consent? You'll do it again.
Yeah.
Got
Well, because we're also going to present our reflections, because previous the reflections were due in October, and now they're due at the same time as the LCAP adoption.
Okay.
And I do want to share that we did, of course, have all of our LCAP materials available in the front office, also on our website.
Okay.
And we have received 0 public comments. I did also provide an electronic version of a survey for public comment that could be asynchronous from people at home.
What about feedback from principals on the report? Anything that was of notice, or all came back as you had it presented?
Well, the feedback from other educational partners had come in different increments along the way, because we did all the road shows in February and March, January, February, March. And also as part of their SIPSA development process, obviously there's lots of conversations about which money is going to be LCAP monies, which money is recommended to be federal money, and what kinds of, and helping people through their individual predicaments as they deal with the pecuniary problems.
Right. Was there any comments?
I guess it's a comment, but so when I look through the metrics and all these, we're coming into year 3 for the 3-year plan. One of the observations I have is there's still a lot of area in here where you don't really have a baseline. Can you give us a synopsis overall of how we're doing, particularly in academic performance for from the baseline to our targets?
Yeah, well, we do also have preliminary CASP data this year, like this morning, that I did process, and I did see that so far in English language arts, we've increased by 1 percentage point. We're roughly at 45% right now. Some of the tests are still happening. We've increased by a couple of percentage points in science, about almost 3 percentage points. And we're a little behind in math at 29%, so that's 1 to 2 percentage points below in math. That is one of the areas of greatest concern. It continues to be, which is why we have so much emphasis on really improving Tier 1 instruction and in classes, for example, like Algebra 1, which are sort of entree, very important foundational classes at the high school to make sure that our students, especially our English learners and students in special ed, have access to really robust instruction that really meets their needs and helps push them forward in the area of math. We have a lot of support for the new curriculum also I would like to shout out Louis Flamson, who's done an incredible job of really moving the needle in all subject areas. They showed that at iReady, which I shared with you at the mid-year report, and they're also showing that right now on CASP. They've made significant gains in some regards, and I'm happy to share that data with you imminently. But I just wanted to give you a heads up where we stand. There's still room for improvement, of course.
Sure.
Because I share your same concerns, Mr. Ennie, with not yet increasing by 5 percentage points in all of the areas, because it is really important that our students get all the, that obviously that they improve, and math is a consistent area of concern.
Can you give us a highlight on how Louis Flamson did on 7th and 8th graders?
Yes. I can. If I remember my password. Here we go. So right now they're at 44% meet or exceeds in English, 30% in math, and 40% in science.
Okay. And that's for 7th grade or 8th grade?
That is across the school.
Okay.
I have the data disaggregated in multiple ways that I'm happy to share with the entire board if you'd like me to send you the data. This is the preliminary data. It comes out every day. I check it every day and I analyze it every day.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like it, please.
Okay.
Great. Any other comments? This is information item. Thank you very much for the presentation. Anything else? Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That takes us to number 2, which is the proposed 26-27 financial budget. Ms. Castellanos.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Cabinet. Sherry Castellanos to present the proposed budget information used to develop the budget, including what our budget process is. Tonight, this budget is presented to you as according to Education Code, which requires us to hold a public hearing and then at a subsequent meeting do an action item to actually adopt the budget. We do this prior to the governor adopting his state budget, and so if there are material changes that need to be incorporated into the budget, we will bring that back with a 45-day revise for our board as an information item. So our budget process, in January, the board approved the 2025-2030 strategic plan, which includes several strategies, but also includes strategy 5, which is to ensure fiscal responsibility and long-term sustainability. In addition, there's financial transparency, accountability, and strategic alignment. The strategic plan is the roadmap for our budget's expenditures. In addition, in January, the governor's budget was presented. At that time, the proposal for COLA was 2.41%, and he was also using one-time payments to refund districts for the amount that was still owed for prior years. In February, the board was presented an information item on the budget reduction plan. This is in direct alignment with the strategic plan, as this plan has been going on for several years to mitigate the deficit spending, to eliminate it in its entirety. In March, we met directly with all of our sites, department heads, administration for budget development. And then also in March, the board was presented a study session, which is again in alignment with our strategic plan with transparency on the district finances. So the state budget continues, is being defined as the economy is stable or very close to being stable, and they have strong revenues. The inflation is moderating. The governor is continuing to invest in early education and in special education, along with maintaining the one-time funds for Prop 98. There it goes. All right. So over the past 3 years, the projections in January presented for our state revenues have been actually lower than what comes in May for the May revise. This is contributing to additional investments and, as been defined, the super COLA and a higher statutory COLA for our proposed budget. So the budget assumptions for our 26-27 revenues, we use the FICMAT calculator to develop our LCFF funding calculation. Federal revenues are at 0% unless we have received something from the government to tell us otherwise. Our state revenues, for those that are eligible for the COLA, receive the statutory COLA and or are 0% if we don't have something else. Local revenues we include in the budget. We develop based on typically a contract language. For example, our cell tower language or contracts have inflators in them, so we will increase the amount that we expect to receive. Our interest revenue is developed on the 10-year treasury amount, either increases or decreases. Local revenues are typically not budgeted until we know them, so they are as we go throughout the year. So the additional assumptions that we are including in this budget is the 2.87% that was projected for the May revise and the 1.44 super COLA, giving us the 4.31. That is only on our LCFF funding, and the 2.87 statutory will be on other funding that is eligible to receive COLA. Again, we use the interest rate for 10 years treasuries. We use the CPI rate for our expenditures. For our unduplicated count, we project using a 70%. And then for our ADA and enrollment, we do internal projections. For our assumptions for our expenditures, we've included the board-approved negotiated agreements for PRPE. That would include 25-26 and 26-27. And then for CSEA, we've included the 25-26. Utilities are increased by CPI unless there is some known factor that would cause us to do something different. We've included a 10% reduction on our general fund supplies. We evaluated the fuel cost based on an annual amount and reviewed our trends, looked at the amount that would be if we used rates, these evaluated rates, and determined that we have budgeted sufficiently. And then our statutory benefits have actually decreased, which is due to our workers' compensation rate going down. That is directly attributed to our safety committee and Kelly and the team that work very hard to make sure that we have a safe district. And we also have the change in practice in our OPEB liability percent, where we are changing from an actuarial to a pay-as-you-go. Enrollment in ADA has been described previously, is declining. The district does do our projections internally, and we evaluate the enrollment in ADA projections to make sure that it is aligned with staffing. So this is a look at our revenues for 25-26 and 26-27. As you can see, there are significant increases here, And as presented by School Services of California, when deciding to include certain things in your budget, the 4.31% and the increase to special ed, which was also equally as significant, was considered a low risk and should likely to happen. Compared to the one-time funding of things like the student professional block grant that may not happen, which was not recommended and we did not include in our budget. So you can see there's the 4 million increase, and in addition, there's decreases in federal and state, and that is because we don't include carryover funds in our adopted budget. We will include those at first interim when we finalize everything and know what those carryover amounts will be. And then in our other local, in addition, like I mentioned, the increased amount to special ed is directly contributing to this, and like it was around $2 million. Expenditures, we've included the mentioned negotiated agreements, and the benefits will be adjusted accordingly. Books and supplies, while we did do the 10% reduction, the primary contributor to this reduction is because we don't include carryover funds in the books, supplies, and operating expenditures. Capital expenditures, we have included capital expenditures in our budget, which is mostly because we are including LCAP carryover funds and other like ELOT carryover funds that have this. As a look of our expenditures in comparison overall for general fund in a percentage, you can see there that this total is 77% salary and benefits, which includes capital outlay, and capital outlay is considered a one-time expenditure. So when you're trying to really look to see at what your percentage is for salary and benefits, which we discuss, and the reason that we want to discuss this is because this is what would be considered a fiscal indicator for a district. So if we were to remove the capital outlay, it's 81%. And when you consider a healthy districts range between 80 and 85%. So the district is doing well on this percentage. So tonight we present to the board and the unrestricted revenues and expenditures. And I think it's important to note because capital expenditures are one-time and intentional. So that means that somebody's making a decision that we have funds that we can spend on something other than operational. So if you take that intentional expenditure out of these unrestricted budgets and you look at where our amount at the bottom says we're deficit spending by 1.5%, we're actually what would be considered a balanced budget, and that the deficit spending would be eliminated if you removed that capital expenditure. In our multi-year projections, we are including COLA. These are actually the January COLAs, and so they're slightly different in the May revised, but it's really, it's flopped. So there's like a 3.3 in 27-28 and a 3 in 28-29. Those will be updated in the first interim. There is an increase in the statutory benefits and a decrease in the following year, all directly related to PERS. We include step and column in our budgets, which averages around 2%. And again, we carry that 70% projection on duplicate accounts. And I look at our multi-year projections for the unrestricted. You can see, as I mentioned, there's the 1.5 deficit. But again, taking out the capital, that would be gone. And then in 27, 28, and 28, 29, we show that we are not deficit spending and are growing our fund balance. And so we're looking at an 11% reserve, which at the next board meeting, we will present the requirement for the excess reserves above 10%. These are a look at our funds other than Fund 01. And primarily other funds are carryover funds, so you don't see a lot of activity here. The one thing I will note is Fund 12 is coming back to us because Director Ms. Wahlberg applied for the California Preschool Program and will be receiving funding for that program. And so those are new revenues to the district. And the Child Nutrition Program, as you can see, has a strong fund balance. This is an information item and will come back to the board as an action item on January, or June 9th, not January.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Questions, Mr. Rainey?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Couple quick questions. Definitely the numbers look a lot better in cutting deficit spending. Deferred maintenance, that dropped. I'm trying to remember what we did last year because we had total revenues of 279,000. We spent 5.8 million. That was because we were doing all the painting and the HVAC. We moved money into the deferred maintenance fund.
Correct.
Okay.
We transferred 1.2 million, I believe it was, into deferred maintenance.
And then this year it's projected for 143,000. So we're really not planning any major projects with deferred maintenance money.
May I answer that? Thank you. So deferred maintenance is a fund that is mostly carryover. So the only thing that I'm projecting in there right now is just interest revenues. So as we close the year and close out what the actual expenditures will be, we'll have a better understanding at first interim of what the fund balance looks like.
Okay. But, I mean, we've done the painting. We're going to paint the high school this summer.
That's correct. And actually,
Done roofs and HVAC. What else?
Kelly will have a list. The next information item is a review
I
of
knew it was in here, but I didn't
Yep.
see it in my notes. My screen's dead, so.
summer projects coming up.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, so my last question is, which fund has the remaining Measure M? Is that building fund?
21.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
I just had one question on the 70% unduplicated number. That number seems higher than we've ever used. Is that what we're?
Well,
going up
actually,
to
it's
now?
lower than where we actually are. So, and again, going back to over time, the district, I think, was closer in the 50s.
Yeah.
But there was a change in how you collected this information, which then increased the rate. And
Right.
it has year over year been going up. I think 2 years ago it was around 68, then now it's 70, going into 72. So 70 is
So you're budgeting
fairly
70%
conservative.
on that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right, okay. Okay. Okay, that's very, very good. Any other questions? Thank you. Sorry for the late night and great presentation. And that takes us to our next item, which is the War Memorial Stadium plaque update. Mr. Pellas. Oh, no, sorry.
It's me.
Never mind. I keep skipping ahead.
Want me to go?
Kelly. No, I want you to go. Number 3.
I'll go.
Our MOT was summer project list. Ms. Steenbrook.
Okay. Good evening, Board President and Trustees. Tonight I'm presenting an informational update on our 2026 deferred maintenance projects. As the district continues to manage aging facilities, our focus remains on making strategic investments that protect our infrastructure, support safe learning environments, and reduce the long-term cost of emergency repairs. This presentation provides an overview of why deferred maintenance matters, how this work aligns with our strategic goals, and how Fund 14 resources are being utilized. Deferred maintenance is not an option if we intend to preserve district assets responsibly. Many of our PRJUSD facilities are now over 30 years old, and like any infrastructure, building systems naturally deteriorate over time. This includes roofing, HVAC, exterior paint, flooring, fire alarm systems, and building control systems. When maintenance is delayed, we typically see two outcomes. First, repair costs increase significantly because minor issues become major failures. Secondly, instructional disruption occurs when classroom or buildings become impacted unexpectedly. The most cost-effective approach is planned maintenance rather than reactive emergency response. These are just some of the areas. I gave you a visual of where we're looking. This slide just illustrates the type of systems deferred maintenance addresses, as you can see. Now we can speak to the deferred maintenance projects for summer 2026. These are just a few pictures that we're focusing on at projects that can be completed while students are off campus and minimize disruption. Summer is our most efficient construction window. The projects selected are based on facility condition, urgency, safety needs, operational impact, and available funding. These are strategic investments, not wish list items. The goal is to extend useful life, improve functionality, and avoid larger capital replacement costs. So if you look here, I brought all three of these to you this, in the past few months for approval, for purchase. So we do have the paint project, which I'm proud to announce is going to start on Saturday, June 6th. They have 45 days to complete that. We were able to secure for a really reasonable rate an inspector on that project, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. The next picture is, with cosmetology going into room 503, then there's some shifting of programs happening at the high school and classrooms. So with cosmetology taking over the ASB leadership room, the high school made the decision with us to move that project, or move that classroom into the now current attendance office. We'll be fencing that portion of that area off to keep those kids encapsulated at the high school through the fencing, and we'll be doing some cabinet work in there. And then we'll be moving. This was also a ASB paint room that they were using that's right next to 503, which made it really convenient for them. So it's seen a lot of use over the last few years that ASB and that really busy leadership class has been in there. So we're going to do some flooring, some painting, and this is just a good quick shot of the furniture. Next, we're looking at starting on the third week, we will be looking at Gilesa Gym. We'll be resurfacing that. So we'll be sanding down the many years of polish that we've put on there. We'll strip it. We'll go down to the bare wood. We'll do some minor repairs on that bare wood, and then we'll repaint it, and then we'll recoat it. And so we'll have a new gym. We're also going to do some minor painting in the foyer, and we're also going to do some touch-up work inside of Gilesa with the paint. Here we are. Okay. Strategic goal alignment. These projects directly support
Kelly, can we
strategic
ask
goal
a quick
6.2.
question?
Excuse me.
Quick question, Nathan.
I was just
I'm
going to ask a
sorry.
quick question about Gilesa. When you sand that down, does that mean that you're taking it down to the logo and everything?
Yes, sir.
So
We're
will
going to
there
be
a new logo,
repainting.
or will this be the same logo? Is everything going to be the same as it is now, or will it change?
It will be the new logo that the school district has
That's what I was
branded to.
curious about. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
And the person I'm going to be searching out will be Scott Larson, because we can't find a vector for his signature, so I'll get that on there too.
Nice.
Okay. All right, so back to goal point 6.2, maintain safe, welcoming, and well-maintained school environments. Deferred maintenance is not separate from student success, it supports it. Reliable facilities reduce instructional interruptions, improve campuses, and just improve campus appearance, support staff, productivity. So I'm going to open up the spreadsheet here and show you. Oh, that didn't work. Go back. Oh, there we go. So here's a compiled short list of projects that are happening or slated to happen. I'm waiting on a couple, as you can see there, proposals. We're doing a lot of work over in the 900 building, that area over there for the Students with Disabilities programs. We're going to expand some spaces. We're going to try to put in a restroom over there. There's underground utilities for us to be able to do that. Looking at adding some more partitions in the showers into the girls' locker room. So this is just an overview. You'll see that there's been, the ASB leadership is on there. So there's a lot of focus on Paso Robles High School this summer. If you go down and scroll down, Joel, there's, oh, I thought he took all that off. I'm sorry, I thought I had taken all that off. I apologize. The slide that I had attached was different. So if you go all the way down to Lewis Flamson, let's see, Lewis Flamson, you'll see that we're going to be doing some control systems for the HVAC units over there. And that will bring that school facility up to the Spider remote control systems, which we've been, the 3/4 or 90% of the district is on at the moment. Though we'll leave the last one for being Paso Robles High School. Okay. Can you go to the next slide over, please, Christian? Okay. This slide right here is the expenditures for Fund 14 over the 25-26 school year that we've been spending out of. I'm not going to read these to you. I'm going to let you scroll down through these. We'll just highlight. I do want to highlight the FIT columns for 24 to 25. We had some really marginal moves there with our fits. You can see where we spent money at every school site on fit inspections, and we were able to bring those fit scores up quite a bit in those areas. I do feel that we've spent the money evenly, well, not the money evenly, but we've actually done work at every school site with this Fund 14 money over the last 2 years, and we'll continue to. The high school was kind of the last project, and that's happening this summer where we're really going to invest in there.
Ms. Kelly, this is the same spreadsheet that's on the your webpage? Or is
No,
this
I
different?
have yet not to put this on the webpage now.
Okay.
Mr. Inney, just so you're aware, that the one you're referring to is the Measure M project list.
I thought there was, I think there are two on there. There's one for Measure M, and then there's another one that's a project list.
I believe it's just Measure M, but either way, once this was reviewed by the board, we will make sure the website is up
Yes,
to
I
date.
will update the website. Christian? Not me. I have another ending slide. Nope, I don't know what happened. Oh, I am. Okay, so investing in deferred maintenance is a responsible step to protect our schools, our students, and our community resources, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Mr. Inney?
So all that being said, that's going to pretty much take care of all of our deferred maintenance requirements on the 25-26 budget, which is why we don't really see anything on the 26-27. There are no major projects planned
So for
out
the
of deferred maintenance.
So what we have done in the past is at the time of unaudited actuals, if we determine that there is surplus that exceeds a specific dollar amount, and it's a resolution that was passed, I believe in 2024, I'd have to go back and look at the details. If all of that criteria is met, then we deposit funds into Fund either 40 or 14 for deferred maintenance. So at the time of unaudited actuals, we'll review that and we'll know where we stand when the books are closed.
Okay. Seems like a complicated answer, but it looks to me like we've covered all the major projects.
Oh, no.
No,
I still have I still have my very intricate deferred maintenance spreadsheet. I have that.
Okay, and is that published on your,
No, sir.
okay. What I'm looking for is kind of a forecast of what to expect in the way of projects going
I have a
forward. We
5-year
have
deferred
that.
maintenance plan that
We have it for the Measure M. I thought we had I'm pretty sure there's a spreadsheet that you have on there that's got non-Measure M projects, because it's got like the HVAC and the roof for Kermit King. That wasn't Measure M, right? That was out of something
So
else.
she does have a 5-year deferred maintenance plan, and we have shared that with the board. We were
And
just showing.
that's up there. So that's the
If
list we're
that's
still going
posted on
through.
our website, then wonderful. But we'll make sure that it is up to date based on the work that we're going to do this summer. So what I would say is that we continue, and our facility master plan has highlighted this as well, there's continuing need. I wouldn't say that we've accomplished everything that we need to accomplish when it comes to deferred maintenance.
no.
There's going to be a continuing need each year. And so the 5-year plan, just like you said, shows that running or that what's on the horizon.
Yeah, okay. I don't really see anything for 26, 27 on any
Oh,
of the,
I can update that. So I'm going to be moving concrete work into 26, 27.
okay. All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Okay.
I think we're done. Now we can talk about the War Memorial Plaque project.
Trustees, this is just an update on something that Mr. Harrington brought to you last year. So the War Memorial Stadium Monument, that monument was dedicated to the 12 Bearcats who died in World War II. The entire stadium was dedicated to them. So Tom brought an information item to you December of '25. He and a group of volunteers are researching the names and their stories. And so that he's putting together, and we're working on how that's going to be integrated into the monument. We did have one of our local architects, Gary, who volunteered to design the monument and then administer the construction work. So we met on site with him earlier this year, and this is just a kind of a schematic diagram of where it would be placed. This is going to Spring Street, I'm sorry, not Spring Street, 24th Street here. And so this would be the south end of the stadium. The current flagpole sits right about here, but it does not line up with our field goal. So we're proposing replacing it and then creating a wall here with fencing around it and some brick down in front. And the next this is an AI generated kind of picture of what it might look like. Obviously, we don't have a track at the site. But this gives you a general idea of what this would look like with the new flagpole lined up with the field goal and then some bricks down in front and the monument wall there representing all of the services, branch services. And so this is just meant as an information item. The goal is to put this into place before our first home game this year.
I had provided Mrs. Loftus a list of 2 Paso Roblins. I can't verify that they went to Paso Robles High, but there were 2 Paso Roblins who were killed in action in Vietnam, and I think it was 1 or 2 that were killed in action in Korea. I just gave those names again to Mark Perry, but I think it would be appropriate to make sure that those names are added, so it's not just World War II.
So I did a little research, and War Memorial was named after the Bearcats who lost their lives in World War II specifically. And so this monument was intended, and this stadium, to be named after them specifically, and not to be extended necessarily to veterans who've lost their lives in other wars. And so we did pass on that information, but because the stadium was specifically named for World War II and the veterans, the Bearcats that lost their lives in that war, there wasn't necessarily an interest in going that direction with it.
All right, I didn't get the same feedback,
Seems
but
like
I
a board decision, though, at the, a current board decision at some point.
So,
I don't know. It was, decided by a long time ago.
so I'm tracking the same thing. It was dedicated specifically for the World War II veterans that were killed. But with that being said, you can have your hopes up because we have, the VFW is going to be building a monument just passed through City Council where any veteran from any war can be listed on that site. So there is a space that's going to be dedicated to multiple veterans from any war, but the one that's specifically done for War Memorial was for those specific kids from the 1940. whatever
right,
year
from
it
World
was.
War II.
Yeah.
So that's going to be at War Memorial Stadium as well?
No, that's going to be at Veterans Park behind the Vets Hall. If you want to donate any money, I'll show you the link.
Yep, that's all I have.
Thank you, Brad. Last item.
We do have public comment for this.
Okay, so let's have her go first, then we'll.
Let her go first. Okay.
Maggie, you're up. And
And
no,
Board President.
presentation
You're first.
Board President, I'm sure you're watching the time too, but we're at 10:17 already.
We are, yeah. We got 13 minutes to get through this one.
Okay, I'll go. Speed is my friend. Good evening, Board. I'm here to update you on America's 250th, a milestone in the making. In January, I brought forward some ideas, resources, lessons, and activities that we shared with our school sites in order to celebrate America's semi-quincentennial. The board resolution came forward in February that was passed by all of you. All of our sites have been participating in some celebrations and acknowledgements. Glenn Speck, it says it was integrated. It actually will be integrated tomorrow night. I was being a soothsayer in celebrating the red, white, and blue at their open house. Pat Butler students wrote birthday cards to America and were writing things students love about their country. Georgia Brown hosted a school-wide Happy Birthday America assembly last Friday. Kermit King, each grade level is participating in a performance or creating art projects. Virginia Peterson students dressed up in red, white, and blue and read poems and sang patriotic songs on Friday at a school-wide assembly. Winifred Piper, with their enthusiasm that they always have, the Moores have been sharing patriotic songs in their staff weekly, and the teachers have been delivering the history of this song and practicing with the kiddos, and they perform them at their Friday shared start. Here's some pictures of some artwork from some Georgia Brown Kinder students. The junior high is celebrating by creating morning announcements about important facts from the founding of our country. Daily videos are in all history classes, and the local chapter of the Daughters of our American Revolution are presenting awards to 7th and 8th grader at the end of the year awards. Alt Ed has launched America's 250th Cross-Curricular Week in recognition of this momentous occasion, and the goal is to have every department participate in some way. The high school, the theme for Poetry Out Loud this year, commemorated the 250th anniversary of our country. One of our freshmen, Charlotte Bailey, won the school and county competitions and was a finalist at the state competition in March. And AP US History, Government, and Econ classes presented the Presidential 1776 Award for Civics Essay Contest, and it tests students' knowledge of the road to independence. Any questions?
Thank you, Maggie. Any questions or comments?
My
Leo, you go first.
My comment was that one of the teachers, Miss Cooper, she did a very beautiful rendition of the national anthem, and I thought that she did great, so shout out to her.
She's very talented.
She took my comment, so.
She's very
She did a
talented.
great job.
Cool. Thank you very much for the update.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
All right, so we have one public comment from Linda Becker, which I do not. Okay, so there is no public
No
comment.
public comment. Great. That takes us to board member, superintendent comments. We have 10 minutes exactly.
I can defer my time to the Board of Trustees. I know we have very little time left. It's an exciting time of year.
No highlights? Okay.
I have lots of highlights. I think I could take 10 minutes.
Okay.
I won't do that.
Mr. Any requests or items or comments?
No, just, I'm not going to be here on the 23rd of June by my own choice. So no hardship. I'm taking my son to the Naval Academy.
Thank you. Jim? Nathan? Leo?
I just wanted to give Winifred Piper a shout out to their open house, and it was lively, and everyone was really kind and sweet, and they did a great job.
I would like to just say how amazing it was to go to the high school's open house. I was just blown away. I mean, I've been to a lot of open houses at the high school, and this one by far was the absolute best. And so I just want to say kudos to the high school for doing their thing, because that was great. And also, I went to the Liberty and Independence open house, and again, it was so great. They've done an amazing job over there. They had food, and the students were serving, and just the teachers were all outside in the front of their doors and interacting with the people that were on campus and answering any questions. I got serenaded by one of the teachers on his guitar. That was pretty cool. It was just a really good experience to see the growth that is taking place at that campus. And so just shout out to Mr. Martinez and all of his teachers and staff. Y'all are doing a great job. So keep up the good work. And I look forward to all of the events that are coming up on our calendar this week.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to say I'm looking forward to the next 2 weeks. I just want to just say it briefly. You know, we had some comments tonight that I thought were just super off base about this district. We had people talking about kids who can't read, kids who can't do math, and who aren't prepared for the real world. And I couldn't be more in opposition to those statements. There's amazing things happening in the schools. Great kids, great teachers, and really good staffs here. And while there's always room for improvement, we got to focus on the successes we're having right now. And as we look at the kids we're going to graduate in 2 weeks at Paso High, there's kids going right into the workforce. who are ready for daily work in the workforce, in the real world. There's kids going into the military. There's students going into trade schools. There's a lot of kids going to Cuesta College on the Cuesta Promise, which is an incredible community college, which gives them a chance to go on to good things in this world. There's a lot of kids going to Cal Poly. There's a lot of students going to four-year universities. There's a student going to Ivy League. I mean, there's so many good things happening in the school district. Don't believe the hype that aren't good things aren't happening. We have work to do, but there's so many better things happening out there. And the people who say those things, I don't think spend any time with kids or with our students and our teachers, honestly. So I just thought it was worth for 3 minutes to say that. There's just so many amazing things happening here. Kudos to the staff here who work hard every day to get us there. And looking forward to really celebrating a lot of these students the next 2 weeks and into a good summer. So that's all I got. You want to take any of your last minute before we go off, or you want some highlights?
Since we were brief, I will just say that we had a really well-attended volunteer appreciation dinner last week. And I just want to give a shout out and a thanks to all of the parents, all of the people who show up every day to give of their time. It's what makes us such a fabulous school district. Each school site invites a handful. They can't invite everyone. I really wish they could, because, I mean, we would just fill a huge venue. But we had a great time celebrating the few that were able to be invited. Also want to give a shout out to our graduating seniors that we had 14 Bearcat Scholar athletes who are continuing their athletic careers at the collegiate level. They were honored at the athlete signing ceremony last week. The day after tomorrow, we will be recognizing seniors who have earned scholarships at the annual Senior Scholarship Night. Next week, we have over 260 Bearcats who have earned cords and medals in academics and in athletics, and they'll be getting those during the Senior Awards Night. This is also when we'll be naming the class valedictorian and salutatorian. So exciting times ahead. For those of you who are following the tiny house developments, they're getting ready to put up the doors and windows. That'll be next, it looks like Thursday, or this coming Thursday during fourth period. So exciting pictures to be posted soon. And then finally, our girls all-star flag football representatives include Kaylee Lamb, number 16, Genesis Gavalanes, number 22, and Kate Harrington, number 4. We wish them luck this Saturday at the San Luis Obispo High School hosted all-star flag football game. So kudos to them. 2 more weeks of May Madness till summer's here.
Wait, one thing. From 9 to 1:30 tomorrow, Liberty High School is doing their community blood drive.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion and a second. Mr. Ennie?
Any aye.
Coconut.
McCoy, aye.
Peterson, aye. Meeting is adjourned, 10:26 p.m. Thank you for coming.